Okay, you should be able to hear me now, right? Alright, let me change the source. Okay, cool. Alright, we should be here now. Let me get the music playing and open up the game. I just got out of the shower. So, pardon me for being late. I was just done drying my hair. Okay. Let me boot up the game. Alright, let's get the thing booted up. Right. Right, there we go. And let's get on in. Okay. Yeah, the game had like a weird mini update I needed to do before launching it too. But anyways, here we are. Alright, let's see. Sirius sent me faster. Oh yeah, the stuff they ended up sending me, this is so scuffed. I thought my old tricks would work, the old thing I would do would work, but it doesn't seem to be working that way anymore. I'm probably gonna eventually end up like changing my approach, and hi, you should uninstall. But yeah, have fun lurking. Have fun lurking. Alright, let's do our personal files. And then over here. Alright, here we go. Okay, we gotta go spend our stamina. I'm just gonna dump them here. Go claim the stuff here. And then over here, we got thing here. Alright, what does Boo Boo want? I have not. But, like, from what I've heard, it's a downgrade over the previous regular Blue Protocol. From a couple screenshots I've seen and what I've heard, it's worse than the one that you never got to play. It got downgraded further. So, like, I don't know. But, like, that's what I've heard anyways. Unfortunately, but like then again, they kinda have to dumb it down and neuter it to make it work for mobile compared to what it actually was. So I don't really got any hopes or anything for it, man. But yeah, welcome Tara as well. Okay, we got that stuff there. She's almost at M2. Okay, let's see. Right, gotta claim our stuff there. I guess I might as well just claim this now. Alright, let's see. One sec. Oh, where was that thingy I wanted to find? Alright. They posted which one? Gacha God? Wait, who posted it? Can we just send it on Discord and then we'll take a look? Just send it. We can look at it in reacts later. If you just send it in the Discord channel. But yeah. Okay. But yeah. Is BP the next ToFLive? I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just someone was just talking to me on Discord about some other stuff. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, we still have to do this thing, right? Oh, you have to challenge the previous stage. What do I want to do for this one? This is Ymir. Right, Ymir is the big one that we have to like stand in the arena thingy, right? And what is it, week 2? It has reduced thermal and frost resistance. Okay, let's see. What do I want to use here then? But we still have access to Etchel. Okay. Who do I want to use then? Here, let's just do Frost and Thermal. Yeah, okay, this is what we get access to then. Can use Dawnwing. Oh yeah, I guess she uses that one. Alright, let's see. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I don't want to use the last slot. Okay, well, you know what? Let's go with... Where's Riptide? Yeah, I think I'm gonna slot in Riptide. I don't know, man. We'll have to see. We'll have to see, but like, if it's a downgrade over thing, then I don't know. Oh, wait, where is Riptide? There it is. They need to like make a better way to sort these. Okay, let's get on this then. Oh, Ymir was this one. Alright. I never really used this version of Gacha, so. Alright. Alright, let's see. Okay, let's see here. Oh, I used Etchel there. Okay, that makes sense. That's why. Let's just put in... It would be nice though if they gave us like... Dang. If they gave us like another Etchel. It'd be nice to have a second Etchel. Oh well.
もうまた汗をかくじゃない。私一人で罠に気をつけて。Supplies are in place. 私には使わないでしょ。逃げないと。
Alright, let's see.
間に合わないわよ。
Vstreamer with that
私
one.
には使わないでしょ。
I keep falling off that.
私には使わないでしょ。私ここからはお任せください。問題ない。行こう。罠に気をつけて。 Supplies are in place. 私には使わないでしょ。ここからはお任せください。私一人で十分。私には使わないでしょ。私には使わないでしょ。
The platform is like too small. Whatever, it's cleared.
つまらない。
Good enough.
ここまでにしましょう。
Good enough. Alright. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to... where is it?
決断は大胆に。
To my storage first. Logistics. Alright, gotta destroy them all. Now that should be enough to get the thing I
観
need.
測は慎重に。決断は大胆に。
There we go, I got the last revision limit. Wait, oh, you said it's coming sometime in August? I see. But like, yeah, with the blue protocol thing, I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I already got the potion there? Okay. Cool. Yeah, we can't do these as well. Okay, yeah, there's 2 more rounds of that stuff. Oh, there's like extra thing for fishing? Okay. Gotta do fishing on Builder Island. Wait, how many do I need? 9 times on Builder Island. Okay, let's go in then. But yeah. I don't know what the hell Anemo is. But the other stuff, like realistically speaking, right? At least I know what's going on with NT. I'm probably gonna be playing that. As for the other ones, I don't know. The White Knight Abyss, I mean, you could see how I was feeling when I was streaming that thing and what was going on there. So, probably not that one. As for, what's called Azure Premilia, I have no clue what the hell they're trying to do. I have no idea what the hell's going on there. But if they treat the thing like how Genshin and Wu was handled things, I'm gonna say no. Right. I'll just say that. If they treat it that way, I have no idea. I'm down to try it, but like... It depends on how they handle things there, if I care enough or not. The other one I'm probably gonna play is Enfield, but mostly for the factory stuff. Mongol Stardive? I don't know about that one, man. I mean, if it's just... You know, here's the thing, man. You try to sell me on the freaking Wuba Genshin thing, you're not gonna sell me on it. If anything, you're just gonna make me look away. Or be even more skeptical. That is not something to do. Because it's not gonna work. Alright, but yeah, hi Luxfad. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's get the thing here. How many more fish do I need to get? I wasn't counting. Because I was like, responding to stuff on Discord at the same time. About stuff. But yeah. Alright, next one. It looks like Pokemon Genshin. And now I'm extremely skeptical on it. If that's how you're gonna describe it, then I don't know, man. Like, even mentioning one of the things in there sets off a red flag. So, you know... Okay, you got 4 Pokemon, and then what? Yeah, almost 14 months. Alright. Let's see. Is that enough now? Is that enough for the, Wait, why does it set the thing there? Yeah, 2-button game, what else? I mean, how the hell they're gonna handle, like, everything in the game? How are they gonna balance it? How the hell are they gonna handle the creatures and everything in there? Oh wait, that's not enough. I only did 7, right? Okay, I need 2 more. How the hell are they gonna handle monetization? How are they gonna handle power scaling? How are they gonna balance the game? There's a lot of, like, little things in there that can really make or break it. At the same time, too, it's like, why would I play that over, like, something else? Or, like, even Pokemon for that matter? At the same time, like, later this year, like, actual competitive Pokemon will be coming to your phone. If you wanted to play it on mobile. You can transfer and use your Pokemon from Pokemon Go. Or, you can transfer from the Switch games or Pokemon Home. Like, actual Pokemon you have. Right? Because they're doing the Pokemon Champions thing. And that's gonna have, like, all the gimmicks, like, including Megas and Dynamax and stuff. Probably gonna have Terastallization and Z-moves and everything. and they're probably gonna like do actual proper balance updates and stuff in there. And like, you know, like just the regular game itself, the only monetization is pretty much probably gonna be, do you have the they probably have other ways to get some of the Pokemon in there, but it's also like, if you have the games, you can just use the Pokemon you have. So basically, not since Gen 1 remakes. Is that basically what you're saying? Not since Gen 1 remakes? And like, the thing is, like, if we're talking about then, like, once that comes out, if you're talking about, let's say, a PvP turn-based game on mobile, it will be the most balanced PvP game you can have on mobile, where the only thing that's pay to win is, do you have access to the Pokemon, which means, do you have the ability to get it from the game or the time to get it to catch them in Pokemon Go? That's basically what the only barrier to entries will be. Right? Because, like, you just transfer your own shit over. And, like, the way they would handle balanced formats anyways is they would just ban certain Pokemons every season, like, every rule set. So it's not like you're gonna go find people with a freaking team of, like, freaking Kyogres and Groudons or whatever. You know? Sometimes they'll allow them in, but, like, people will only be able to use, like, one or two. And, like, everyone will be using restricted anyways, and you're, like, very, very restricted on that. Or, like, they'll have formats where they'll ban, like, legendaries or, like, other specific special Pokemon, so you can use other things that probably wouldn't get used. And they would just, like, rotate the stuff every, format. Like, that's literally how they've been handling the official competitive circuit on the Switch. But, like, the main difference is moving it away from, like, the Switch to the Pokemon Champions on mobile, them doing that. It means that they don't have to put all the Pokemon or get backlash for not having all the Pokemon in the games. You know? Because that was the thing. Remember when Sword and Shield came out all those years ago? Was it like 2018 or 2019 or something like that? And, like, everyone is going crazy and up in arms because, oh, there's a thing for catching 20 fish. I might as well go catch 20. About the dex and not having all the Pokemon in the dex. That lets them get around it because, like, okay, they can just have all the Pokemon in the competitive game, and then the regular RPGs that they would have people play normally or whatever, they're separated from it. So they can balance those games around not having everything in there. Because, like, that was, like, one of the things that, like, ends up being, like, kind of a mess. When they would have to have, like, all the Pokemon in the games at some point. Especially when certain things aren't really intended to be used. But yeah. Like, there's that, for example. Like, and, like, at least with that type of game, you can actually count on them on balancing it. Where they do things like, actually, like, rip moves away from Pokemon movesets. If it's too strong, or, like, actually do buff them, though. They usually only buff them through, like, major releases, but still. Yeah, rotation battles, triple battles, inverse battles would be cool to have. Alright, like, all of those things, right? And again, like, you don't have to deal with some stupid gacha bullshit or whatever. I mean, technically speaking, sure, having access to all the Pokemon technically isn't going to be the cheapest thing ever. But I would also argue being able to get access every single Pokemon is still cheaper than freaking maxing out a single character in any one of these games. Heck, getting access to them, to every single one, multiple times is cheaper. Right, because, like, realistically, you could get most of them in Pokemon Go, which there are ways to manipulate it and use an emulator with a GPS to get certain things you don't have access to. Outside of that, it's like you're looking at getting some of the mainline games, right, and then transferring it to Pokemon Home. Pokemon Home is free. You do not technically need Switch Online, so you would just need to have some access to a copy of the Pokemon Sword and Shield games, or for the Sinnoh Pokemon, you can get those from the Legends Arceus. Some of them you'd have to get Scarlet or Violet and stuff like that. Like just a mix in between. There's probably like a way someone could make a chart on how to get access to every single thing, but you probably only need like 3 or 4 games. You probably only need 3 or 4. If you wanted access to everything, you don't need every single game. Especially because they've changed how like movesets work. When you transfer Pokemon in, like you can't have transfer only moves anymore. So stuff like having like a Machamp with Guillotine from like a Gen 2 Gen 1 or 2 3DS transfer is impossible to get now. Yeah, they reset the moves. Exactly, no legacy moves allowed. Because of that, there is no advantage to owning something like Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness on the GameCube. That said, if they do bring those games to the Switch Online on the Switch too, you know... Oh yeah, like Follow Me from yeah, exactly. Like all of those things, you know? Though didn't they give Follow Me back to Magmar anyways in the DLC? So it doesn't matter, Magmar gets it back again. They gave it back to Electabuzz and Magmar and now they're actually good in doubles. Again. Because they got the thing, but yeah. Yeah, the Magmar that was used for GDC wasn't even possible. I know. But now, you know. And the thing is, the XD, Gale of Darkness, and Pokemon Coliseum have different rule set from regular doubles. Because freaking game mechanics were really worked back then. Especially because, like, how it worked back then is, like, if there was, like, a spread move that knocked out both Pokemon and you still didn't move on your turn yet, you would still, instead of the turn ending, you would have to send in your next set of Pokemon. So, like, if you had, like, the other partner also using a spread move, they could also knock those ones out in the same turn. And you could be out with 4 Pokemon, theoretically, in one turn. Because of, like, how boring doubles rule sets were back then. In Gen 3. You had weird shit like that. They didn't fix it until Gen 4. Yeah, I mean, like, stuff like RNG manip as well. And the thing is as well, though, like, at least... So what they need to do, though, is they need to make, like, a... There is something they still need to do to fix the quality of life in the Pokemon games. They need a way to reset your IVs down to 0. Right? Specifically because, attack IVs for special attackers... Ideally, you want that to be 0. Because, you know, lower attack means you take less damage from confusion. Or stuff like, foul play. But then there's also the speed stat, right? Because if you have a Trick Room Mon, you probably want it to be slower. Or like a weather setting Mon. Yeah, like rusted bottle cap or something. The rusty bottle cap or something like that. Just to like set it to 0. It's specifically only for attack and speed that people care about. The other stats don't need one, just specifically attack and speed. Because there's no special attack foul play equivalent, and there's no special attack confusion equivalent. So like the ability to lower it, to lower those would be nice. Just those 2 stats. Yeah. It is what it is. Well, outside of Gen 2 and the Heart Gold Soul Silver remakes. Right? But, like, getting a Pokemon transferred up from there isn't exactly easy. From the Gen 4 games. Yeah, you can RNG manip at least. At least that can be done, but yeah. Oh yeah! You know what, actually? I don't know if like the same rules will apply, but like theoretically, if Pokemon Champions counts as a free-to-play game, there's a potential you won't need Switch Online to play it. It'll be the only thing on there that won't need Switch Online. In theory. If they make that the case. But it also makes sense because like mobile, right? People can play it on their phone. Because like you also don't need it to play like Pokemon Unite on the Switch. But then again, that thing is also on your phone too. But yeah, let's just finish catching the thing here. Alright, and then we go here. Yeah. It is like a weird mess. Wait, they can't connect to home? What the fuck? They actually can't? They need to fix that shit, man. That is so Pepega. Oh, I need 2 more fish. Only rental teams? That's lame. I'm gonna assume you can't even play the virtual game console game thingy in there. Where you could play the game like on the original with the pack. The Game Boy thingy. That's sad and unfortunate. But like, yeah, like if they could add like all the older Pokemon games and give Pokemon Home support, on the Switch Online, like they probably get a lot more things there. You know, they probably get even more people like spending on that shit for Pokemon Champions or whatever. Yeah, doubtful too. Sure. Yeah, they managed to get it working. Yeah, they can figure it out. Surely they can figure it out. Especially when they have they have a way to like downgrade shit anyways when transferring. And remove stuff from moveset. Because like you can transfer your Pokemon, some Pokemon caught in Gen 9 into in the Gen 9 games, you can transfer them to, what's it called, like BDSP or Sword and Shield. You can. Through Home. So surely they can figure that out. Right? Surely. Oh yeah, the cost of Furfrou. I feel like... No, I think it'll be fine to get Furfrou soon. We just need to wait for the Legend ZA, and then you can catch Furfrou there. Oh wait, no, like, you know what's the hardest one though to transfer that you can't, actually? What was it? Spinda! If you catch a Spinda in BDSP, you can't transfer it to other games outside of BDSP. Specifically, only Spinda. Because the Pepegas and encoded Spinda spots differently. You also cannot transfer a Spinda to BDSP that wasn't caught in BDSP. Specifically, only Spinda. For some reason, they fucked up Spinda. So like, yeah, that's a fun little fact. And it's like, it's specifically only Spinda that has that issue. It's very bizarre, but it is what it is. Why only Spinda? No idea. But, like, yep. That's just how it is. And then Furfu will keep all the different forms it has in Go and transfer to home. But if you got it from another game in different forms, it will reset. Oh, that's a rip. That's a huge rip. Like, actually, that is a huge rip. Alright, that's a huge, huge rip. It only shows up once a year for some codes in Go. It's very, very low chance to show up in the wild outside of that. Yeah. That's just... oof. Surely ZA will fix it when you can just get Furfru and Kalos. Surely. Right? Surely they don't fuck that up. Surely they don't. Alright, surely they don't. Okay, we're done with this stuff here. Alright, let's move on to the next thing then. Oh yeah, was I sent more reacts or whatever? I was sent more reacts. Alright. Let's go back to ToF here. I technically already did my dailies in there off stream, but let's see if we can get people to do weekly raid and stuff.
Time to head out.
I need to do weekly raid and final trial. Oh, and technically I need to do the other thing on my alt as well. Oh yeah. I was sent a bunch of stuff to react to, I guess. Yeah, the whole region lock stuff is... oof. It is a big oof. But also the Furfu situation, that's crazy. I never played the Kalos games or games with Furfu in it. So I never really paid much attention to it, but like, damn. I knew some Pokemon were like scuffed, but I didn't think it was that bad. But like, yeah, Kalos, right? ZA should be fixed, maybe. Maybe there's some copium there. Oh no, there is a way to get around it though. Here's the thing, have you seen how people would like actually stream it before in the early days? People would use an emulator and manipulate the GPS. I don't know if that still works. I know people used to do that back then. They would play Pokemon Go in an Android emulator and manipulate everything. I don't know if that's still a thing, but I remember people doing that back in the day. They would just like, do it that way. But yeah, no idea if that's still a thing, but if it is, I can imagine a lot of people are gonna resort to doing that. I feel like people are probably just gonna make multiple accounts and just send things around to try to get around it or something. I assume there's like trading and stuff anyways, but you can also transfer. So people will probably figure out a way to transfer that stuff around, is my guess. I'm just spitballing here. But I assume people will try to find a way to manipulate it. Right, like, I'm just gonna assume that. Alright, let's create a team. Do, 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 do. Kirimati was the most spoofed location in the world. It was the earliest place on the time zone for the Go Fest. Ah. Of course. FTN. 4 out of 8. Come on, people. Surely game is not that dead, is it? Come on. Surely it's not that dead. I know it's 12 AM, but like, come on. Come on. Damn. So basically no one. Of course. Of course. Yeah, I got more people to go and freaking kill the iBoss yesterday. What the hell? Where is everyone? Where is everyone, man? Why is it so dead? Before they even had 3G or Sterling? Yeah. Okay, we need a couple more. We need 3 more. What even is the raid this thing anyways? Oh, that one. Oh, god damn it! Someone left. Now we're at 4 out of 8. Is chat just like dead? Why is chat so dead? Yeah, chat's so dead. Alright, come on. We need 3 more people. 3 more. Okay, 1 more slot. Seven out of 8 now. Alright, let's go. Wait, is it still ideal to use altered for that? I'm gonna switch to altered. Alright, we'll do the raid first. And then we'll do the other thing after. We'll probably do like event farm on like Monday. It's probably the best day to do the event farming on Monday. Cause then we'll surely have game alive at that time. Or I'll probably do event farm after Mega Boss or something. That's likely the best time to do it. At least that's easy. They fucked around and found out the gachas will always have a honeymoon phase. Yeah, of course they will. I mean, that's just not every— it's also just every live service game, man. Of course, and it's like dying down. It's been dying down for the longest time. And then now they got their surprise Pikachu face. What did he send, man? I don't pay attention to whatever goes on there. Like, I don't bother to look at the live streams or whatever that goes on either, because I have no interest. Alright. Someone left. Alright, come on, final trial, 7 out of 8. I can get one more. Then no one want it? I guess we'll just go in if they don't want it. I don't know why the guy left. Okay, now people are talking. There we go. One more spot. There we go. Yeah, I mean, the problem is a lot of these games, they're just shit, man. And then again, like, look at how you go do it and do stuff in them. The types of behavior and stuff like that from some of them as well. One of these days, we should do like a freaking React stream, and we just look at what everyone had to say on the NTE one. Just because I think it'd be funny. But yeah, if you want like actual cringe, I think it was Psyche's when he was trying to play the NTE beta. That thing is extremely cringe and painful to watch. Because the guy wasn't even trying to play the game. And he kept asking his chat if they wanted him to skip. Like, bruh. Yeah, the guy plays Gacha for many hours each day and 99%. No, they're not even playing the game, man. They're not even playing, because there's nothing for them to play in a lot of these. And then they try to treat it like that, and then... yeah. Remember the Gacha Smack video, like him like doing posting NT, whatever? Where he was like, he's not hyped or whatever? Remember what he was saying? But then if like you actually looked at what he was doing when he tried to... When he said he tried the previous beta or whatever, the first one, he didn't really actually try to play the goddamn game. It's like, bruh. And then after they speedrun, and they do it like, yeah, exactly. They're just like, bruh. Alright, then we exit out. Oh, it is what it is, man. They speedrun everything, and then they rush the end, they skip everything. And then what? They get mad. But then when like something won't really let them, or there's like more to it than just freaking doing chores all day, you know, because they're so used to that. When there's an actual game in front of them, they can't handle it. God forbid, like an actual game, they have to actually play a game. It's just why I don't like look at any of that type of stuff or whatever off stream or whatever like that. Because again, like the type of behavior and everything is just... yeah. And it's just painful to watch and look at. Yeah. There's no point. And then you have like weirdos acting like the freaking endgame crap is like what matters or whatever. Even though there's a lot of statistics out there that prove otherwise. They like to prop things up and fight over that shit too, when it does not matter. It never has. They're not even MMO brained, man. They're not. Because the thing is, like, if they actually were, they would have a better understanding of certain things, and they probably wouldn't have, they probably wouldn't try to prop up their crap with some weird MMO when they're not. You know? But also, like, I'm pretty sure playing an actual MMO is way too hard for them. You see how they go and handle things in there? It's like, do you actually think they're competent enough to actually play an actual MMO? You think they're competent enough to handle it? But like how a lot of them just are and how they act? Like actually, think about it. And they're doing it over freaking single player games, man. And then they like to act like some weird elitist or whatever over combat or whatever when it's literally just a single player game where they literally sell you power. And you have so much variance and absurd RNG in like every aspect that they think they can like compare directly to each other and stuff like that. It's like, but I'm better than you because I can do this or that or whatever. The weird behavior there too. And then, of course, you actually have even more dumbasses that are, quote-unquote, hate playing or whatever, even though they don't like it. Because they want to say, but then I can at least see everything, so I can hate on it better. Like, bro, what? There are people that go that far, too. And I've seen people with that type of behavior, even on, like, freaking NT Discord talking about freaking, from WoA players trying to hate on Hoyo games or whatever. They talk about how they like to hate play them or something. It's ridiculous. It's like super fucking ridiculous, but that's who they are, man. What's funny though is like they don't take the time to like step back and look in a fucking mirror. They made propping up whatever shit they like to prop up their fucking entire personality. It is what it is. But yeah. People are doing event farming now. Yeah, we'll do that on Monday. Better to do it Monday. Okay, that's my bracket. Okay. Nope, that's not enough to get another thing. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna end up like upgrading this belt then to all the way to 65, then work on the other pieces. Yeah, I saw that when I went in to just claim my shit and log off. I saw that they're rerunning that thing. Okay, let's just leave that stuff there. Oh yeah, that's right. Supercomputing. Damn, 192 out of 194. I'm literally one click away. I'm one click away, man, from getting this to level 10. God damn. Alright, ultimate troll, one click away. Alright, one click away. Right, like this is just one click away from being fully maxed. Ultimate troll there. Right. So close. Oh well, we'll get that next week anyways. But yeah, I assume that like I'm probably just gonna want to get this piece to 65 first, get the 66 attack, and then just slowly get all of these other two pieces to 60, then 65, before getting them all to 70 for the extra stat boost thingies. Okay. Now that that's done with, I guess we can go back to doing reacts or something. Yeah, because there's like, oh wait, no, there's one more thing. Beast Brawl stuff here. Do 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 do. Right, time to do this thing. Alright, now I gotta... Yeah, at least I win this one. Right, the season ends very soon. For the pet stuff. Very, very soon. God damn, those like boosts on that one. Kinda dumb. Can I beat that one? Alright, let's get loaded in. Come on. Do, 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 do. Oh, I think I have this. Yeah, just barely. Do, 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 do. Alright, let's see. Who do I try to beat to get up next? Okay, that one looks like it has potential to be easy to defeat. Alright, let's go do that one then. Alright, come on. Oh, that one's still alive. God damn it, it teleported away when my thing was attacking. Well, at least it lost. Okay. Alright, let's see. Let's go beat this one, maybe. They're monsters, don't worry about it. They're monsters. God damn, the freaking targeting on my spiders are just so broken. How did it lose hit detection? Like, bruh. Like, what the fuck are they doing? Right, good morning, White Fox. Welcome, welcome. Okay, maybe this one will be easy to beat. But like, the freaking pit AI is so dumb. Alright. Let's have this go. There we go, at least I win that one. Alright, let's go do another one. Oh, rank 1 is this stuff. Wait, no, I think I can beat rank 1. Their defense team seems weak. Alright, I'm gonna get the... Oh shit, no, that tiger is a bit much. Oh wait, no, I still won! Alright, cool. Cool, like, I still won that one. Alright, cool. We can sit on these for now. Hi, Demon. Welcome, welcome. Surely, like, my ranking and rating, whatever, in there won't be borked after a couple hours. Surely it'll still be good. Right, surely. I only care for getting, like, top 10 in there so I can get the, thing. Anyways. But yeah. Right, we can like put this away now. Because there's like nothing else to do in there. And I don't want to like, well technically there's the event stuff, but I don't want to farm that yet. Oh, where's the browser that I use for thing? Wait, which is that window? No, it wasn't that one. I have like too many browser windows. Oh, I know, it's this one. Okay. Alright. Back to the Discord thing. We did see a thing on that thing as well. Alright, let's see. We got a lot of stuff here. Alright, we have a lot of stuff, man. Oh boy. An open letter to drama farmers. Oh boy. Oh wait, I don't know why. I just clicked the wrong button there. The real cost of gacha games. I'm pretty sure we've seen this before. I'm pretty sure we've seen this before on stream. This is an old video. I'm pretty sure this is a really old video.
And the Game Award goes to...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we saw this last year. Yeah, we saw this video last year. But yeah, like the cost is just absurd. Oh wait, what? Wait, there's news on it? I haven't seen. Let's see. Surely someone posted it on ToFLive. Oh, here we go. Cyber Gamer talking about it. Alright, here we go. Terra Fantasy announces new warp server for CN, with bigger focus on MMO aspect of the game. No gacha, trading with other players and in-game economy, a guild hub, new combat mechanics, and free weapons and cosmetics through playing the game. Yeah, putting this stuff in the actual game sounds about right. It was a hot topic, oh boy. I was asleep during that. Alright. Okay. Oh, we got the Billy page. We'll look at it after here. Dear executors. Dear executors. Hello everyone, this is Sky from the ToF dev team. Thank you for accompanying ToF on its 3.5-year journey. Half of 2025 has already flown by, and this year marks a major shift for us. We've taken full charge of the game's global operations and become a far more challenging adventure. Alongside this, we launched version 5.0 Kylo, bringing the stage of exploration into outer space, where we journey through the stars with you. Alright, as the first game I've deeply participated in throughout my career, my feelings towards ToF are complicated. Beyond being a developer, I'm also an executor just like you. I hope the game thrives, and I hope our players always have something to enjoy. So at the right moment, let me now introduce what may be the most exciting change coming to IDA, the new warp server. After completing the preparation phase, we are preparing to unveil the warp server this August. Alright, truly listening to what players want. What is this? Okay. Yeah, honestly, better than bringing Classic anyways, so yeah, why not? Better this than Classic. We've studied recent trends in gaming and observed one thing. There's still a huge unmet demand for a true anime-styled MMO. Players want a game that combines rich, stylized character design and story with a large-scale dynamic gameplay of an MMO, open economy, strategic combat, meaningful multiplayer. But merging these two games is a delicate art. Many games fall into one of the two traps. They become gacha traps with heavy paywalls and steep progression cliffs. Well, it's not just gacha traps, it's just the free-to-play game trap. Gacha just happens to be one of the more popular forms of monetizing it that some of them like to do. Or they rely too heavily on character monetization, creating unfair gaps between players, or they do both. But yeah. It's not even just character monetization, but also just they become extremely annoying, boring, and tedious chores to grind through like crazy. Shit's why I don't touch most of them. Yeah. We've learned from both... Oh wait. I accidentally clicked on the picture. Oh damn, I read it. From both the successes and mistakes of others. Now we believe we found a balance point that suits ToF. We are ready to boldly launch the warp server as our answer to that long-standing wish. Why Tower Fantasy can actually pull this off. From the start, ToF has been positioned as an open-world sci-fi game with a strong multiplayer elements, a foundation that aligns closely with MMO gameplay. Our surveys confirm two key things. ToF is increasingly recognized for its anime aesthetic. A significant portion of our player base has MMO experience, forming a strong overlap with our core users. This gives us a head start in designing the warp server. We double down on what players expect from an MMO while shaking off the traditional pitfalls. No gacha, full trading, seasonal resets. Okay. 4 key transformations of the warp server. We heard your feedback. Too expensive? Numbers are bloated? Can't keep up? Nothing to do. the major changes. All weapons are free. We're removing both the weapon gacha and matrix gacha systems. No more endless battles with RNG price tags, with RNG or price tags. From day one, 6 powerful weapons, including popular loadouts and characters, will be freely distributed. More weapons can be unlocked through daily logins, not purchases. Okay, that is big. Even fashion items, premium cosmetics, and mounts will be able to be made available through gameplay events. In short, no reg nucleus, no pulling, no cost, just play. We're also gradually releasing older limited cosmetics, outfits, accessories, mounts, etc. through event shops where players can collect shards and craft them over time. Yeah, I heard about that. Wait, you mentioned that the other day, didn't you? They closed Aura Kingdom and made a new one? Open player trading. We're putting the power back into players' hands. Core resources like matrices, cosmetics, and crafting materials will be tradable, making farming and trading both meaningful and rewarding. To support this, we're launching a new dual market economy, Trade House, for everyday item trading between players. Auction House, with personal, guild, and world level auctions. This empowers all types of players, whether collectors, traders, or gold farmers, to find their place in the economy. We want ToF to become the first real side hustle anime MMO for young players. I don't know about side hustle, but sure. Seasonal structure to control power creep. To reduce long-term fatigue and catch-up pressure, Warp Server introduces a seasonal model. Gear and power levels reset or rotate periodically, so everyone has a chance to start fresh and compete. New players will receive automatic level boosts in group content to help them catch up. Seasonal rewards include limited time skins, cosmetics, and exclusive ranking titles. Multiplayer content offer better rewards, encouraging group play. Alright then. Every moment becomes the perfect time to jump in. No more fear of falling behind. Wait, what? Sounds a lot like wanting not to lose to Azure per milli too easily. This is the only one that has cosmetic gacha? What do you mean only one that has cosmetic gacha? Wait, you forget Infinity Nikki is literally that? Though the outfits also have stats for other things, but... You know, technically Infinity Nikki exists. And that is, that is literally like freaking gacha for outfit pieces. Right. I'm pretty sure Blue Protocol Star Resonance will also have that. But yeah. Yeah, Blue Protocol had that in the regular version. Oh yeah, of course! They spend more in cosmetics than stats. Way more. Yeah, I know. I'm just talking about, like, gacha games as a whole. Crystal of Atlan has cosmetic gacha. Oh yeah, remember that really Pepega game from Level Infinite? What was it called again? Terrasland or something? Didn't that also have some crazy cosmetic gacha? As well? But yeah, the Crystal of Atlan one is kind of scuffed as well. Let's see. Key additions include guild bases, customizable hubs for socializing and organizing events, new co-op activities, guild dances, parades, recruitment boards, gifting systems, real-time combat bonding, and group activities can now activate team ultimate skills, meet special conditions during boss fights to trigger dramatic QTE cinematic combos unique to your character and weapons. We polished every frame of these sequences, bringing flashy, over-the-top anime energy straight into your shared battles. Okay. Yeah, Crystal of Atlan kinda did. The problem with Crystal of Atlan is it shouldn't be what it is. Honestly, like, here's the thing with Crystal of Atlan. If they removed a lot of the energy bullshit and reworked a couple of things, they could probably, like, try to pass it off as, like, a 3D Diablo or Path of Exile clone. Like, honestly, like, if they tried to make, Crystal of Atlan kind of like a 3D, Diablo or, like, Path of Exile type game, it'd probably do a lot better. And just remove the stats from the cosmetics and just make more cosmetics or whatever. Especially because, like, instead of it being, like, top down, they'd have, like, a unique, thing there going on for them if they were to do that. But, like, the way the stuff is handled and, like, all the weird mobile game live service stuff gets in the way, it's just too much. But yeah. Alright then. What's next? Honestly, Warp server is a massive transformation. It touches every corner of the game. Progression, exploration, economy, combat, cosmetics, and more. We can't cover it all here. We plan to share info soon. Yeah, but like, honestly, it's just kind of scuffed there. Because it's literally just the same thing, except everything is just like nerfed like crazy. And then you have like slow seasonal gear progression over top, but it doesn't, but there's no actual reset to gearing and stuff like that. So it kind of just borks itself and doesn't quite really do what it was meant to do. So instead, you know, they're just gonna remake a different version of the game and not have any of the issues. The thing is as well, though, if like they really want to go crazier with the combat, they kind of have to like not build it around mobile and just exclude mobile for this, I think. Because like the problem with like when they make these things and also have a mobile version, trying to keep stuff consistent between all versions ends up harming the other versions itself. Because again, like people playing on mobile, realistically, you hold your phone, if you're gonna play one of these games on your phone, realistically, you're only using 2 fingers, each of your thumbs, and that's it, to interface with the game. Technically, you can do all sorts of weird things to try to grip it in weird ways that is technically not good for your hand. And technically, after extended use, could be bad for your health in the long run, in terms of your hands. With how some people go crazy of it when they're playing, like, with some of the mobile shooters. You technically shouldn't be playing them that way. It is just straight up not good for your hands. But like, realistically, they end up like simplifying and dumbing down things or like altering things just to cater to the fact that you can only use 2 inputs at once. And one of those inputs is directional movement. So if they were to move away from that, they could make something a lot more interesting. It's also part of why, realistically speaking, when you port pretty much every single one of these gacha games or combat to another platform, they're literally just one keybind away from being entirely one-handed in gameplay. They're literally just one keybind away, and that's never gonna change. I don't think so. I highly doubt the Warp server will let you transfer over. I highly doubt it because the whole game is handled differently. Yeah, Crystal Vatland was always too laggy. They screwed up on NA servers, and it was practically all Latin America because they combined North and South. Oh, that's a rip. That's a big rip. But yeah. Like, aren't you biting off more than you can chew? How will this affect the main and reboot servers? We hear you, and it's true. Running multiple servers is no small feat. But with years of dev experience and UE engine support and a well-trained team, we're confident in delivering a stable updates across all servers. It's a bold experiment. Some say it's risky, but we believe innovation demands courage. Because let's be real, how many chances do you get to truly change the game? When we say take your fantasy and leap forward, we mean it. We officially launched the Warp server co-creation plan this August. We want bold executors who dare speak up and challenge us to make it the best it can be. The feedback will be gathered through surveys and small-scale tests, so stay tuned to official announcements. But yeah, it's a completely different version. Yeah, cross-post to MMORPG tried, but then stuck in the queue for 10 hours, damn. Seems yours got approved, oh no, theirs got deleted. 9 hours old post, engagement will be dead. Oh, that's a rip. Someone deleted a comment. Wonder how long it will take to reach global. Seems like it will be fun. Yep. We'll see what happens. What makes it, well, it makes more sense to bring this to global than reboot. Most of the potential reboot players actually want to play an MMO, so Perfect World is probably waiting to see what's the reaction to this announcement to gauge interest. It's suspicious they're announcing this near global anniversary though. Skins and mounts, yep. MMOs make tons of money from just skins. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, what? World of Warcraft sells you mounts for like $25, $30 a pop. They sell like one transmog item for like $10 each. Basically, they're making a new version of the game. All of the weapons will be unlocked purely through gameplay, no more gacha. There'll be in-game economy trading, there'll be guild hubs that you can have, there'll be guild events that'll be happening regularly, and a bunch of other multiplayer stuff. There'll be new types of attacks and movesets exclusive to this as well. That's pretty much the gist of it. You basically get everything through actually playing the game. They'll also have seasonal resets, and they don't want to do pay-to-win gearing. No pay-to-win gearing as well. But yeah, this is basically what's gonna happen here. New co-op activities, guild bases that you can customize and stuff. Basically, it means, every once in a while, everyone's levels might get reset, basically. They'll reset everyone's gear and level. Every once in a while. That's pretty much what it means. Thanks for the follow as well, Noctim Gladius. Yeah, kinda like that, but MMO. Pretty much. There's a couple of MMOs that actually do that. There's a couple of Asian MMOs that do that. Where they like seasonally reset stuff. Even World of Warcraft, they occasionally have like classic seasonal servers where they do this type of stuff. Except on those ones you have to make a fresh new character and everything. They tell players if they want to transfer their account to regular classic, they would be able to do that after the fact, but they would do that too. Right, like, it's not exactly a new thing, but that's what they're going for here. So they're redoing a large chunk of the game, to suit this. But yeah, how they earn money to cover this, the cost of servers, they'll figure it out. Also includes Battle Pass and might still level up materials for gears and stuff. Be thrilled to play this version of the game. Okay. They always had something that drew me in, they need to double down. Ship this global at the same time, heck, advertise the heck out of it. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Trading the weapons I don't use, yeah. Well, we'll see. I mean, it depends on how they handle it. Nah, I think they can do the whole game. It's just that you pick and choose where you want to do things. Alright, we'll probably see how they would handle it. I think they're also gonna separate the characters from the weapons entirely. That's probably what they're also gonna do. And just sell the characters as skins. Right, like, instead of, like, having, the simulacras like normal, they're probably just gonna treat it like the Millennia skin. If you remember that one. I'm assuming they're gonna just do it that way. Yeah, Warp's server introduced seasonal model. I want to say it's good news, but it's concerning. This is what they did for WoW, but it didn't. But then people quickly stopped playing it. The seasonal model was refreshed at first, but players got tired of having their progress reset, and most stopped playing. And then most of the players ended up moving to RuneScape. Damn. I think it depends on what they reset.
Time to head out.
Yeah, let me just reopen it. But yeah. I know! Imagine getting weapons and equipment through gameplay. I'm not surprised that they were gonna put weapons and that weapon stuff in gameplay. I'm not too surprised. But like, it's just funny and sad. Keep in mind, they're handling all the weapons at NTE that way too. You get it through gameplay. But yeah, I'm gonna assume they're probably just gonna have all of these simulacras here just be cosmetics you buy. They're probably just gonna sell all of these as like a cosmetic skin. So, like, my guess is what they're gonna reset then is just your gear stuff here. Like, technically in its current state, top gearing is technically seasonal. It's just that the season is a year long, and they just add a new thing to upgrade over top. But yeah. I don't know. They're basically what they said is you're gonna get 6 weapons at the start. And then they're just gonna have more of them unlocked through gameplay. My guess is they're gonna put like each of these weapons as a drop from bosses. They're probably gonna have like boss or story like give each of these weapons or like quests to give you some more of the weapons in here. That's just gonna be my guess. They're probably gonna do it that way. And then just sell skins and stuff instead. And the thing is, if they handle it that way, they can also do things like, balance changes and stuff seasonally. And they won't have to worry about people getting, going too crazy over it. Being able to do it directly. Especially since everything's gonna be acquired through gameplay. But yeah, I'm just gonna assume they're gonna have it like how Millennia was treated. Where you would just gacha for the scan.
Why are you looking?
Yeah, like here, like there's 3 cosmetics they could sell on this character, for example. Aster would have 2, Linsis would have 3, Antoria would have 3, Void Piercer would have 3, there's 3 on Grey Fox, 3 on Meryl, 3 on Nola, 4 on Anka. Right, 3 on Roslyn, 2 on, well, we'll ignore these 2. Right, 2 on Yanuo, 3 on Plotty, 3 on Brevi, 2 for Yamyao, 3 for Nanyan, 3 for Linghan, 2 for Faisa, Millennia's just 1, 3 for Meme, 3 for Zeke, 2 for Yulon, 3, like again, like they're probably gonna be like, you know what, you want the skin, like maybe like $20, $30 or something. Is probably what they're gonna just ask if you want a thing there. They'll probably just sell each of these individually. And then like keep in mind, right, like remember how you got this thing, right? You had to top up 100 to get this T-Rex, and then if you wanted, oh wait, no, this one. And then if you wanted the skin, that was another 100 on top. To get that thing. The Fertanium and stuff. Right, they've obviously been selling mounts through Battle Pass and other shit. As well, so like, yeah, there's those there, there's these ones. Right, and they can sell exclusive skins to them too. That's probably just gonna be their bulk of their monetization. Right, and then don't forget all the outfits. Right, like all of these, they're gonna put a couple through gameplay, and there's like no doubt they're gonna sell just more of these after the fact. So, you know, they're probably just gonna do that. At least that's my guess. Right. Alright, interesting. Sounds dope as fuck. All of this looks incredible, although I can't say I'm a fan of the seasonal gear and power level resets. Love building up your character and progressing over the long haul in MMOs. But if the levels we work to get regular reset, the sense of progression becomes invalidated. But that's the same reason MMOs can't capture younger players. Nobody wants to jump into a game where top players get unfairly rewarded just for having older accounts. Having a catch-up system already in place will allow older players to still have a small advantage without forcing newer players to grind for years. This is a fair point. I don't mind new player incentives to help bridge the gap. I just feel that there could have been a better solution than progression resets. Maybe reduce the grind to only take a few weeks. Or add new account EXP or resource boosts so the grind doesn't take as long. Like with some things, like with how like World of Warcraft would treat it, right? they would give you a character level boost to the newest level cap or newest previous level cap for the next expansion, and then they would also sell more of those for like what, $60 to $70 or whatever. And then on top of that, like every new expansion, they would just power creep all of the old gear so you have no choice but to get the new gear anyways. Like some of the MMOs that would do expansions like World of Warcraft in that case, you technically had a soft reset without having a reset every single like year or two with expansions, because they would literally just like power creep and invalidate all your old gear anyways, and then they would raise the level cap further and then let people skip to the level cap. So like in a sense, that's basically the same as having a seasonal reset, if you think about it. It's just not like a full hard reset, but like you still get to keep all your older items. So like my guess is like, and the thing is too, like with how they have like the dimension level scaling and stuff, right? It's not like they can just have it like they can have it so the game doesn't scale as well if you're weaker. They could probably still make that work. Who knows exactly how they'll balance it, but like the reality is like if you have no gear, if you keep the game at dimension level 10, you won't really notice anything, you won't have any issues with anything. So it really just depends on how they want to scale this stuff up. As long as like they let people like keep all the cosmetics, like all the thing that they need to keep is just like let them keep their cosmetics, their titles, and their weapons, and just have them like reobtain all the newer gear or whatever when they reset, and I think that'd be fine. If they're going to do MMO mode, they need to overhaul their UI. It's atrocious even on mobile platforms. They are not going to overhaul the UI for the 4th time. There are many things on their list, including next month global anniversary, cross-platform, and their other game NTE, whatever Game Fest in Shanghai, and now ToF MMO server. Locking QL stuff that freeloaders or cheapskates like me could live without behind paywalls or monthly sub. Base game PSO2 JP, not New Genesis. Except, player shop got abused by multiple alt users who used it to bypass lack of trading function. Damn. Alright then. I don't see how this would be a test for NT though, like it makes no sense. For sure. Ah yes, classic, squared version, a reboot of the reboot, yeah. We're going to try to make the game you want to play ever since 1.0, and hope you like it. Of course, if you don't end up liking it more than what you have now, you will have to forgo everything you accumulated and paid for over the years, sitting here hoping for us to eventually fix the damn base game. But oh well. I get that they just need lab rats to test out some drastic, different gameplay concepts that clash too much with what they already have to the main game to test it there. And I get that there will be plenty of people who will, despite everything, accept that and even enjoy it, as it is as face value. If luck smiles upon everyone, they might even reuse that experience to either make the base game or their future games better. But damn, the development approach is just too damn ridiculous. You just keep doing pure chaotic mess, waiting for parts of it to randomly work out, and you still get paid for every single step of it. I'm jealous. Damn. If I have to restart, it's the same as the reboot server, not interested. If I can take my account and everything and go there, I may actually go if my friends go. You do realize it'll be like a completely different game. Yep. Alright, hello multi-box, multi-account users. Never underestimate the people as dedicated as PSO2 JP multis, who managed to hoard billions of Meseta funneled from their alts to buy everything on the market, and price control in the process. Same with AFK farming games, all without spending anything. Yeah, it's bad game design. Many changes from mid-episode 3. There were classic examples of bad game design. I know some people will defend PSO2 EP4 onwards, no matter how you throw it at them. There is no reason the original PSO2 and PSU, PSO, BB, X player population who took a considerable hit during that time. always 2 steps ahead. Hoya will have the MMO-like expansion within Genshin, and Kuro will make their own MMORPG. If this is true, then they will return once again. They thought EOS for a second, what the hell? It's specifically good for new players, or players that quit a long time ago, but, what is the fresh new parts for veteran players? No optimizations are getting mentioned. It's most likely just existing contents with different mechanism. Like, what's going to be different than the original other than the mechanism? Like, more customization ability, like full body sliders, more hair color, old outfits, etc. Outfit model optimizations, like every outfit has a different body base. Are they gonna fix that to also apply new shaders? More interaction, animation, like better sleeping animation, able to sit on the ground, no cooldown on character emote uses. Older unit optimizations. Yep. Has worse ability animations than the new units other than damage. Will they improve this? Story optimizations, fixing weird transitions and better animated, like NTE. Fixing translation errors or voice missing. General lagging issues like world boss or having too many players on screen will cause performance issues. Who knows? In-game trading will encourage bot activity. Not sure if they're up against this challenge with their current anti-cheat, or the backlash if they end up with a more intrusive anti-cheat. CN alone will probably suffice, but global probably not. It's a good concept, but also can backfire very hard if not prepared. Yeah, that's the problem with having an in-game economy. There are going to be bad actors that will abuse and manipulate the fuck out of it. Oh yeah, there's this shit here. More new stuff here. Yeah, they're trying to patent their version of Quick Swap, which is just ridiculous. Someone talked about all the character kits and NT and simplified them, I guess. Alright then. What do people have to say about this? Oh, they locked it. Of course. Yep. They genuinely hate it. It's a blight on the gaming industry as a whole, stifling creativity in the process just for personal gain. The Nemesis system of Shadow of War is a good example. They patented the mechanic, but haven't even bothered to use it again. Apart from Wonder Woman game, but that got cancelled, the studio shut down. So we're probably not going to see anything using it until 2036, when the patent expires. And Bandai Namco famously knocking down loading screen minigames. And by the time the patent expired, loading screen became so quick, minigames aren't needed anymore. Yeah, Infinite Nikki has those issues, but yeah. Most modern games take ages if you play them from a hard drive, getting the SSD is best upgrade. Yep. As someone who made the SSD jump a decade ago, I'm always a bit surprised when people say they're still using hard drives in 2025. But yeah. Surely Giga asks what the fuck mode from Kura Games. I'm sure the White Knights will try their hardest to defend this, but of course they will. But patenting game mechanics is just not it, bro. Nintendo or Nintendo, basically irredeemable stacks of greedy shit, and Warner Brothers is also up there, but Kuro is potentially joining that trio, was not on my bingo card. They need to patent the 50-50 so no one does it again. No, they need a they freaking need a patent mint picking, like they do, to get upgrade materials for characters like that. They need a patent the freaking weekly bosses dropping exclusive materials that you need to upgrade characters. They need to have a patent having a lockout at them. They need a patent ascension materials and all that other crap. They gotta patent all that stuff so no more games can do it. They should patent all the bad stuff instead. But like, here's the thing though. Here's the thing, technically speaking. Having effects that activate for a character on switching, or having effects that happen while switching out. Where have I seen that before? What's a really popular turn-based game that has tons of those? Oh right, there's like dozens of Pokemon moves that do that, right? Pokemon moves: U-turn, Volt Switch, Flip Turn, Teleport, Chilly Reception, Parting Shot. Right? What other moves as well am I missing? Baton Pass. They all switch your Pokemon out, but they all have different effects that do that. Oh yeah, also Shed Tail. Right? Like Shed Tail, you drain your HP, you swap out, and then the next Pokemon gets a substitute doll that blocks damage equal to 50% of your HP. Both Volt Switch is 70 base power electric type special attack that will switch your Pokemon out. Right? It doesn't make contact. U-turn and flip turn do as bug type and water type moves respectively, with flip turn having 10 less base power. Right? Parting shot, you lower the opposing Pokemon's attack and special attack by a stage, and then you switch out. Teleport, you have negative priority and you switch out. It's like -5 or something. So that you basically teleport last after everything happens in the turn. Chilly Reception, you switch out and you make it snow. What else? Alright, what other switching moves? Baton Pass, whatever effects that you currently have on your Pokemon that are active, you will switch out and transfer all of those effects to the next Pokemon. Right, those are like examples. And then intro, right? Abilities like that activate on switch-in, stuff like Slow Start, Intimidate, Pressure, Mold Breaker, Terra Vault, Turbo Blaze, which disables abilities effects. There's also Neutralizing Gas, which removes all abilities. You have the abilities that set the weather, like Drizzle for rain, Snow Warning for snow or hail, Sandstream for the sandstorm, and then you have the Drought for sunlight. And then you have the extreme versions in like Desolate Land for extremely harsh sunlight, or Primordial Sea for the rain version, or you have Delta Stream from Mega Rayquaza as well. You have the terrain setting moves that activate on switch-in, right? So you have things like Hadron Engine for electric terrain as well as Electric Surge. You also have Orichalcum Pulse for setting up the sun, as well. But it, along the Drought also does, but yeah. But then you also have Psychic Surge for Psychic Terrain, a Misty Surge for Misty Terrain. You have Grassy Surge for Grassy Terrain. Right? Like, those are all abilities that activate on switch-in. There's Download that gives you a stat boost on switch-in based on if your enemy's defense or special defense is lower. You have things like, there's like so many. There's a freaking wiki you could probably look up. Right? But of course, you have the abilities that activate on terrain that give you a boost on switch. Right? You have like, what's it called again? What was the thing for the Paradox Mons? You had Cork Drive and, what was the other one? Yeah, like Bulbapedia has it. Abilities that activate upon entering battle. Like, look at this shit. Look at how many are here. These are all technically intro skills. You send a Pokemon in and these activate the moment you send them in. Right? Like, look at this. Right? They've had this stuff in the games for over 20 years. This has been a core mechanic in Pokemon games for over 20 years. Right? Because abilities were first added in the Gen 3 games, which are over 20 years old. Sure, the list back then wasn't nearly this big, but a lot of these are very, very old. But yeah, these would technically all count as a, as an intro, right? It activates the skill on switching in, and it causes something to happen. Imagine if Nintendo tried to patent this thing way back when. Right, because this is a thing since the Gen 3 Pokemon games. Since Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and Fire Red and Leaf Green. They all had these. Though the ones they had back then were like what? They had Airlock, they had Anticipation, they had Cloud9, they had Drizzle, they had Drought, they had Download back then. They had Forewarn and Frisk. They had Intimidate, right? They also had, they had Pressure back then. They had Sandstream as well. and and they also had Trace and Unnerve. Those were the abilities they had in the game in the Gen 3 games. Snowboarding was added in Gen 4. They slowly added these over the years. No, I don't have a Switch 2. No. I'll probably just play it on a Switch emulator. I'll probably just buy the game, dump it from my Switch, and put it in a Switch emulator. I'm not buying a Switch 2 for it, man. No way am I buying a Switch 2 for it. Not worth it. You know a freaking Switch 2 costs more than a Steam Deck OLED? I can buy a Steam Deck OLED for less than a Switch 2 costs. That's not even including a game, man. And then, like, what? ZA is gonna cost like $110 or something plus tax? Like, nah. I'm not gonna freaking buy the Switch 2 for that. But yeah. Like, this is not this is like a basic mechanic, man. Like, funny shit, like, swapping mechanics have been a thing for literally decades in games, and now they want to freaking, do this shit. Yeah, how specific, like, oh yeah, that's right. Genshin, the Widsith weapon basically does that in Genshin. That's true, there are weapons that do that too. Top swapping skills as well, that's also been a thing. It's stupid. These mechanics exist in so many other games. Pokemon has had it for literally more than 20 years. There's too many shady things. And here's the other thing too, the screen on the Switch 2 is dog shit. It's worse than the Switch 1 screen, like what the fuck? I probably like won't bother until like maybe a Switch 2 OLED or something. The irony of is impeccable. The studio replicated all 3 games from another studio, even the same release order, and pulling shit like this. Yep. Copyrighting game mechanics is the most destructive thing anyone can do for future video games. Exactly. It's ridiculous. Wait. Someone actually bashed skill leveling or QL tied to it? Damn. Oh, wait. Which one? Which one's the one that patented? Oh, damn. It was patented. And it won't expire until 2035? God damn. No wonder why they don't have this shit. Because some piece of shit patented the thing already. That's crazy. Wait, who is the company that actually has this patent? A Japanese provider of mobile portal and e-commerce stuff. Oh boy, it's some just random Japanese company thingy that just holds a bunch of shit, and that's it. These are the guys that have that patent. It's this guy. Okay. And these are the stuff that they have under their IPs. Or they have like licensed certain things too. The process that occurs in switching, not switching or switch skills themselves. Here's the thing though, it's still vague enough that the problem is anything adjacent to it will still fall under it and can still get hit by patent trolls. That's the thing. The problem is it doesn't matter if it's even more specific like that, because the legal system has been manipulated and abused like this shit over and over again. Like, it doesn't matter if they even say it that way. If it's adjacent enough, they can still try to claim it in court. Like, even if it's close enough. Right? And the thing is, tying that stuff and, like, having switch skills and stuff themselves is already close enough that depending on who you describe it to, they're not gonna understand the difference. Try to talk about this shit to, like, your mom. Tell this shit to, like, your mom or, like, some random old dude that's, like some random old dude in the court. Do you think they're gonna understand and give a fuck? Do you actually think they will? Like, be realistic here. Like, if they seem adjacent enough, that shit doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But yeah. But yeah. Hate corpo bullshit, yep. Specific case, patents are important, so our systems, inventions isn't stolen. The problem is they get abused like crazy, man. They get abused like fucking crazy. If they want to say this, tell that to people with diabetes and that are reliant on insulin, man. I wonder how they feel about it. I wonder about how people who are reliant on insulin feel about patents. And aware of why they're being fucked over constantly to try to survive. But yeah. They got people PvPing here. Wait, there's a US patent for horse girls running and dancing? What the fuck? Hasbro patented horse girls running and dancing, so Uma Musume couldn't release globally until Hasbro's patent expired. That is hilarious. Yeah, I know, but it's like, imagine like again, like, they're fully aware of like how much they're being fucked over. Yeah, I know, and like the reason why they're worried about living is because of those patents. There's shit going on about that goes on with insulin. But yeah, and the freaking dumbasses, honestly, the dumbasses who think they should support this type of behavior, they honestly deserve to have it instead and experience what it's like to get fucked. Honestly. They deserve to get to deal with it. Probably. There's a panel on level system, gain attributes when level increase. Be rich, yep. No, they cannot get around it by doing that. But yeah. Game uses the world skill, they can't batch add quality of life leveling. Damn. Yep. It is what it is, man. I see, yeah. I never really paid attention to a lot of those things. Oh damn, someone like broke down every single character here. Okay. Yeah, Baisong has a very oddly complicated kit. Honestly, it's better if it's just a basic, barely change anything increase, honestly. Yeah, you don't actually need to even patent certain things to claim plagiarism. If Kuro wants to go with it outside claims, yeah, it's very messed up, man. I don't think they will change it. Keep in mind, it's been their intent to have it that way from the start. It's been their intent to have it the way it was in the beta from the start. But I also had access to information you guys don't have access to, so that's the only reason why I know. Highly unlikely they'll change it from there. Oh, it's even before that, man. Even before that. I had like an actual design doc going over the stuff. But yeah, they also had this apparently. Containment test feedback and optimization plan. Someone translated the CN post and put it up here. Oh, it's like... God, I hate how this website scales. Because it's like kind of annoying to zoom in. But I guess it's fine now. Audio visual renewal. Further optimize character models, designs, sure. Improve lighting, shadow. Yeah. Improve underperforming animations. Okay. Enhance combat fluidity and iterate animations to key characters to improve impact. Optimize combat mechanics, tuning values, and add features like counterattack for ranged attacks. Add a toggle for auto-correcting combat camera. Okay. Optimize Moonlight Pawnshop questline. Moving it to extra story. Oh, that's a rip. Optimize by moving it elsewhere. Improve dialogue presentation and voice acting feedback. Enhance anomaly boss cutscenes, add voice acting to more side stories. Increase NPC behavior variety, added phased BGM for combat. Nice. Alright, guidance and progression system. Significantly optimize the tutorial system to lower the barrier to entry. Add detailed descriptions to characters' attribute interface. Optimize item acquisition sources. And add a usage indicator to tooltips. Adjust the character progression system for more convenience. And add a progression guide. Optimize the crafting system to make material synthesis more convenient. They could also just remove material synthesis as a whole and make it so you don't have to craft. It'd be more convenient if they just remove this and just made it so you don't have to craft and they just give you more drops. Instead of crafting up. That would simplify it a lot further. They should honestly do that instead. Like, why have the like, if the crafting stuff is a problem, why not just get rid of it? Right? Like, just get rid of it. Hi, Flagger. Yeah, I know. It's just easier to just control alt and scroll wheel. Alright, here. Add multi-reward claim function for anomaly dungeons to reduce daily grind. Nice. Add overflow storage function for stamina. I mean, they already had ways to increase the cap further, so I guess it'll boost both of those numbers? Maybe? City life and driving. Completely rework the vehicle handling system with feedback from racing game players. Tune vehicle models and materials for better realism and aesthetics. Add horn function to cars and enable co-riding for cars and motorcycles. I mean, they already had co-riding for cars, but not motorcycles. Allow racing-style motorcycles to be summoned anywhere in the streets. Add a fast travel to purchase shops. Enhance the racing event experience with improved NPC AI. Oh, I don't use Chrome. I've been using Brave. Switch away from Chrome and use Brave. Way better. All your Chrome extensions also work on Brave, by the way. Improve the usability of the house decoration system. Enhance the weather system with better snow textures and interactions. Optimize road layout and improve the driving experience. System and performance. Optimize controller feel and enable key binding customization for PC and mobile. Enlarge UI buttons and fonts on mobile to allow custom layout. Optimize the disconnect reconnection function for mobile stability. Continuously optimize PC and mobile performance to lower system requirements. AMD graphics cards will receive FSR and frame generation support. Overhaul internal testing process to improve stability of future version. Development of PlayStation and iOS clients is progressing steadily, yep. Alright, the next part here. Future plans, no. New life and activities. Here we go. Characters will have life vignettes, encounter them in the city to go on special outings, housing system expansion, characters become roommates, unlock exclusive interactions, official launch of character costume and outfit system with various styles, Walkman personal music player function will be added, a new high-level anomaly difficulty mode for challenging combat trials, a first-person gameplay mode will be added, which can be toggled on and off. There's more here. Future plans, story and city expansion. New story arc featuring the mysterious Red Letter faction. A new band, Cat's Head Sound, will prepare new songs for their next performance. New anomaly exhibit and character stories will be added. Heathero's tallest landmark, Shanking Tower, will be open for sightseeing. New areas, Halfport District and Gaga Amusement Park, are under construction. Brand new car and motorcycle models will be released. But yeah, they're also adding up. They're actually gonna make the first-person mode real. Yeah. How many can you fit in your mansion? Who knows? Who knows how many you can fit? But yeah. So they're adding all of those things there. So that's neat. Damn, we got Mint holding a 59 in it. What the hell? Who's handling this website? Oh. Right, I wonder who's handling this shit. Yep, there are the vehicles over here. Of course. They just took pictures from thing. They did not update this thing. That's not unknown. Either, Flying KT. Welcome, welcome. But yeah. So that was the patch notes there. Alright. Anything else then? Let's see, where do we go and check then? We still have like so many shit here. There's so many reacts I've just been far behind on. Because they've been sent over the past couple of weeks and everything. Yeah, it's a lot. Oh boy. Oh, I know, so like, we've pretty much gone here, so we start from around here. And go down, I guess? Alright, you know, let's go look at, like, no, we'll save the NTE React things for another day. And we'll just bank all of them at once. Right, let's see. How many freaking weird reacts to some other video that we saw before we get a resent? I'd probably rather not bother because it's like a react to another react, and then we're just gonna be like looking at the same thing like 5 times. That's a bit much. We don't touch anything from certain people though. Rather not even give them +1 view. It's like too much, man. Yeah, they're just proving his point. Like, we get the point already. It's not like we need to see the same thing like a million times over. Alright, we'll see this one. It's time to take a stand. God, this is a long one.
The online gacha space is not in a great spot right now. We got content creators out here attacking others, spreading misinformation,
Yep.
making React Andy slop, and calling other content creators pedophiles.
Wait, does that mean that you won't shit on Zad?
Oh yeah, that's right. Also, by the way, I don't know. What was it? I'm like, what was it? Nah, never mind. I forgot what I was gonna say. You know, I'm thinking of just popping up another game to play in the background while I do this. But then like, yeah, I forgot what else I was gonna say. What was it? Yeah, never mind. Let's just get back to this.
Anymore, because you won't hold grudges anymore. Oh no, Zad, yeah. Nah,
Why is Tectone here?
Because a pedophile.
You feel like people are too used to call others that? Yeah, it lost its impact. I know. And that's like the thing, like they shouldn't use all these types of terms and stuff to call people names or whatever so lightly, because the end result is it loses all meaning. Like what was that like story they used to tell kids? You know, the thing with the boy who cried wolf or whatever? And he would constantly troll his village or whatever about a wolf coming to attack them, but there was never a wolf to attack them. But when there was actually a wolf coming to attack them, nobody listened because they thought the boy was lying or like trying to like troll them, right? Like that thing. Like the more you keep throwing things out, the more and more you actually just devalue the actual thing you're talking about. And then when there's an actual serious problem, nobody's gonna care anymore. Like, that's just what happens. Eventually, nobody cares. And you cause a whole new set of problems.
Usual gacha game discourse on the internet by the day looks more and more like Elon Musk's personal bondage dungeon known as Twitter. And no, I'm not calling it X. I would tell Elon to go fuck himself, but I think an even bigger idiot told me that already. Now that this video is off to a great start, I'm sure, here's the problem. A lot of gacha content creators out there, not all, but quite a few of them, and more of them keep popping up as time goes on, are not what I would consider to be gacha content creators, at least not good ones. And no, contrary to the popular belief, viewer count is not necessarily a metric of content quality. So, I want to say it how it is. The current actions and behavior of these gacha CCs that I mentioned earlier, and some of their viewers, are going too far and are starting to undermine the gacha community as a whole. Now, who am I to be saying this, you might ask? Some of you may already know who I am, but in case you don't, well, normally I have this thing that I like to do at the start of my videos, but this time, instead of me just saying it, let me show you. I'm Tuhu, and I am the god of gacha games. Check it out.
One sec. Sure, he's a god, okay. I know, it's like very decent. Very much so. Okay, he's just showing that. Oh, yeah, speaking of, actually. I'm gonna put this somewhere in the corner. Just cause I feel like playing this shit. So I will be running a factory in the corner, okay? Enjoy my stuff factory gameplay at the same time. Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous. No, this is different.
Because I got more important things to talk about in this video. Again, I'm Tuhu, and I call myself the god of gacha games. You may see some rats down in the comments below, or some bigger rats reacting to this video later, call me shit like the god of beggars and the god of unemployment, thanks to this bald-ass retard. But like the pieces of trash you find out on the streets, you can just kick them aside and ignore them for now. We'll come back to them later. For those of you who aren't rats like them, but you're not exactly a fan of me calling myself the god of gacha either, you can just go ahead and think of me as a gacha connoisseur. Obviously, I'm a very big fan of gacha games. I've been playing them for 8 years now, and right now I'm currently maining and keeping up with 13. Actually, no, it's now 14, now that my chat's convinced me to go pick up Brown Ducks 2 to take part in their recent second anniversary, and with even more to come in the future as they come out. But enough about me. I'm here to talk to you about what I think is a growing problem that we have within the gacha community online, be it on stream, YouTube, or Twitter. Basically, it's an issue of gacha game tribalism that's gotten way out of control.
He got into horse girls, of course.
As to how this all started, from my perspective, it first began when Wuthering Waves launched in May of last year.
Tara, do you know what they are?
I elaborate on.
Tara, you. Wait, not Tara. Wait, no. No, to the what? What at? You know what those are? Those are not wallpapers. Those are Dakimakura pillow covers. Those are Dakimakura pillow covers, man. They're body pillow covers. You can easily beat him just by playing AFK auto battle, yeah. Of course. I mean, like, what do you expect from these things, man? And they're being used as freaking wall decorations.
That, let me make it clear right now that I'm not trying to blame the game itself or its developers for the situation that I'm about to talk about, mainly because I think that something like this probably would have happened anyway, even if it weren't WUWA and if it were a different game that came out instead, assuming that it would have been of a similar quality and style. This gacha is also one of my top 3 gachas at the moment, and I want nothing but the best for it, its developers, and its players, the ones who truly enjoy the game and don't go around bashing other gachas in the process anyway. I'd like to make a future video discussing the situation in further detail, but for now, the long and short of it is that when Wuthering Waves launched and proved to be a very successful gacha game in its own right,
I can put a cutter
very
there.
vocal part of its player base began to vehemently support their game by comparing it constantly to Genshin Impact and talking about how much better WUWA was than Genshin or eventually other Hoyo games. For the record, to a certain extent, I don't disagree. I made a tier list video earlier this year in which I ranked all the gacha games I was playing at the time based on how good they were as overall games, and I ranked WUWA considerably higher than Genshin. I've also made 2 videos over the years discussing the ways in which I would improve Genshin, so clearly I have my own fair share of critique on that.
I didn't use it as a freaking wallpaper.
Saw the
yeah, I put it back in the box.
And decided
I have it in the back of the box on the shelf in my room. But no, I just took a picture and laid it out on the table because it was like, it was just funny how big it was.
Other Hoyo games and praising WUWA or the developer's Kuro game because it was, and to a certain extent still is, the popular thing to do. Perhaps in the beginning, their content may have started out as genuine criticism of MiHoYo and their gacha games. Sure, assuming that I'm not cutting them too much slack here. But over time, it's devolved into basically painting a one-sided narrative pitching Wuthering Waves as the supposedly vastly superior gacha game versus the supposedly vastly inferior Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and Zenless Zone Zero, whose developers they label as...
Oh wait, I could have
let me
just
check my notes
taken
here.
those there.
Greedy, lazy, and incompetent. Let me know if I missed anything. Content creators like them have been pushing this narrative for long enough that over the past year, I've been seeing a steady increase in other CCs who are emulating their style. Streamers and YouTubers alike who have since joined in on pushing that same narrative for their own reasons, whether it's because they want to take advantage of the WoWa player base too by propagating the whole WoWa good, Genshin bad plotline and build their own channels the easy way, or because they are genuinely fanatical believers of the WoWa agenda.
Yeah, he's not wrong, yeah.
Several other YouTubers have already pointed out what kinds of problems this poses for the
Okay, we need to
gacha
get
scene in their own
squares
videos
here.
that they've made recently. Please go check those out too if you're interested. Links down in the description. From my point of view, the problem is threefold. First, it perpetuates needless friction between gacha game communities by weaponizing tribalism online and provoking other player bases by constantly projecting a superior
Oh great, they want me to put a
stance about
rotator?
a
What the
gacha,
hell?
in this case, WoWa. Or in layman's terms, they're fucking annoying. If a MiHoYo fan wants to talk about how they got a C3R1 skirk, chances are they're not going to be able to post that on Twitter without a WoWa fan noticing, coming along, and screaming in their ear about how greedy MiHoYo is. And the way things are going, we're only going to see this more often. And the more that players talk shit to each other to this degree, the worse the tribalism gets. Now,
Okay.
I understand that there's always going to be some shit talk between players of different gachas. That's just how the internet is, and I'm not saying that, oh, people can't talk shit or shouldn't be able to talk shit about gachas or just games in general that they don't like. I'm also not suggesting that it can't go both ways. I'm sure that there are MiHoYo fans out there who can also be just as annoying
They
and
accept
insufferable
any
to deal
shape
with
and
as the
rotation.
WoWa dick
Okay.
writers. But I think a lot of the shit talking going on in the gacha space right now
Now
has
we just wait for it
long
to
escaped
send the shapes
realm
in.
of just trash talk and has mutated into full-blown propaganda, given the kind of content I'm seeing coming out of the rats like St. Tontus as of late. This leads into the second reason. Because the narrative has entered the realm of
Yeah.
propaganda, people,
It's
both
like the
ones
console. No,
propagating
it's
it and
worse
ones
than the
buying
console
into it, will
tribalism,
refuse
honestly.
to hold any discourse
When
about the
people
games
actively
they play.
sabotage the
Part of what
gaming
makes
experience
a
with hacking
community
streamers,
or a
yeah.
game healthy and
It was
vibrant
ridiculous,
is the
man.
discussion that those people have about various aspects of that game because they have a vested interest in seeing their game grow and develop, hopefully in a direction that they all want it to go in, but people will inevitably have, differing opinions on how their game should go about doing that. The important thing to remember, though, is that while we can get emotionally invested into our discussions about our favorite gacha games to the point where every now and then we'll get some spicy drama out of it, and who doesn't like a bit of drama, right? I mean, hey, if you don't believe me, just go ask the people who watch Tectone. We cannot forget that the reason why we get ourselves into some shit in the first place is hopefully because we want what's best for our games that we play. But the people who buy into the propaganda, in most cases the Kuro good, Hoyo bad propaganda, but then again, sometimes it can be the opposite too, refuse to have that discussion in the first place because they base their views and opinions on a one-sided narrative that doesn't allow for a different stance on the matter. And by refusing to have a discussion at all, by skipping the whole discussion part and going straight into the drama, they don't care what's best for a gacha, not even their own. They care more about being right, or at least feeling like they have the correct opinion. Even worse, this sort of behavior and conduct, as I mentioned earlier, will cause players of other gacha communities to react in a similar way once they've been targeted. Again, shit-talking on the internet is an infinite loop, and people will talk trash to each other until eventually one side stops. But we all know damn well that when entire communities get involved, it might never end. And the third and most concerning reason is that this is not a problem that I want us gacha players to be having right now. Because right now, from my point of view, looking forward into the future, we are in what I think is a critical transitional period in the gacha timeline, where MiHoYo is no longer the only player in the big production gacha market here in the West. But it's still only Hoyo and Kuro for now. Or in other words, we're transitioning from the period when Genshin was the sole king of the big boy gachas to a time when it'll be Pokemon TCG? Big boy gachas, all duking it out and competing with each other, with games like Arknight's Enfield, Duet Night Abyss, Ananta, NTE, Silver Palace,
Yeah,
and others we don't
it
even
is what
know
it is,
about yet
man.
right now, all coming out in the future. This is
Oh, shit, wait.
precisely the time
the stream
when
okay?
I feel we need to have this conversation.
Okay,
and
no,
act
it's still
now to
fine.
prepare for what's to come. The gacha space will only get bigger with all these new gachas coming out.
Milestone
big or small
completed.
or anything in between. There will be
Unlocked.
tons of
Second
new
floor.
players and old players alike, either picking up gachas for the first time
Oh, we
or
can
coming
stack
back for
them
the
now.
ones they used to play. And I want them all to have a good time with gacha games, whichever ones they decide to play, whether it's just one game or a handful at once. As someone who enjoys gacha to the point where I willingly subject myself to 14 of them at once, I think that whatever gacha game you decide to play is pretty cool. For the record, let me be perfectly clear. Any gacha game is worth playing. Gacha games are very fun. In my humble opinion, some of the most fun games that you can play right now, though I will stress that they are not for everyone. But as long as you have a reason to play one, any reason at all that doesn't involve you playing a gacha for the sole purpose of talking shit on another one, then it's worth putting your time and effort into it, even your money too if you feel like it's worth it. Or, since
Okay,
I
we need
prefer a more
the
cynical approach,
quarter
I
squares.
like to think of gacha games in this way. All of them are fucking trash.
Yep.
Gacha games are simultaneously some of the worst video games that you can play right now, to the point where I almost think it's just better for you straight up to go play League of Legends or something, if only for the sole reason that whenever you talk shit, at least you're talking shit to other League players, and not being an insufferable Wua dicksucker, jacking themselves off over how good Wua's story is, and calling Star Rail story trash, when in reality, both of those game stories are absolute fucking dog shit. So
Yep.
if you'll excuse my harsh language for just a little bit longer, it doesn't fucking matter what gacha you decide to get yourself into.
Alright, now we
because
want
at
to
the
take
end
stuff
the
out of
day,
here.
all of them are greedy gambling programs that bait you into wasting your money on pixelated anime girls and boys.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Taking advantage of underhanded tactics.
At least
like
he doesn't
FOMO,
subscribe to the
bigger value
tribalism, yep.
packages and bundles, and paywalling characters. Again, let me repeat myself. All gachas are trash. Perhaps there are some out there that are better than others. Gee, I wonder, for example, what this dude thinks is one of the better ones. But just because you give a piece of shit a coat of polish doesn't change the fact that it's still a piece of shit. So at that point, it doesn't matter which one you play, but rather the only things that do are if you enjoy your time with it, and you don't feel the
Exactly.
need to go shit on other people who happen to enjoy other gacha games. But for lots of people out there, it's a bit tough for them, unfortunately, to enjoy a gacha game when some idiot with their own little cult on YouTube is screaming at them through their phone or computer screen about how bad their game is just because it goes against their agenda. For those of us who are used to this sort of behavior from the rats already, or are able to ignore them somehow, that's one thing, but my concern is for the newcomers. People who will join the gacha community at large through future gacha games. And I don't want them to have a bad time just because they came across one of St. Tontus' fanboys. Or, worse yet, they become one of them. Which is exactly what rats like him want in the first place, so that he can keep farming views and attention with little to no repercussion. I don't want them to come in, see what gacha Twitter or YouTube is like, and then never want to interact with anyone in the gacha space ever again. Or even worse, join them like I said before. The fact that gacha games have a pretty bad reputation out here in the West to people who don't play gacha doesn't exactly help either. So as someone who wants to see gacha games evolve, especially the perception of them, seeing content creators like these run their slot mills is not what I want to see happening. I remember one of my viewers asking me when I was talking about this on stream one day, and so what? If people
wait,
wanna
I
make
screwed this
React
up.
anti-slop content and talk shit on other people in the community and rage bait, you should let them. What's so bad about it as long as it brings in the views? To answer that, other than the fact that
St.
you get
Tonus
people
normal
like
chatter,
Gacha
you know what
that
he's
say
about,
content
yeah.
on it, I want to give you an analogy. Think of the gacha space online as a park, for example, where you go to hang out, play basketball, go for a jog, stuff like that. This park has a lot of people who use it on a regular basis to do whatever it is they like doing there, stuff you normally do at a park. But then eventually, either suddenly or gradually over time, you start getting people come to the park because it's getting popular, and they don't treat it properly. They litter, throw rocks at birds and squirrels, smoke when there are no smoking signs 3 feet away from them telling them not to, vandalize stuff, tag stuff with graffiti graffiti, and in
Okay.
general don't take care of the
I got
park
the one block
like they
things
should,
here.
and be a nuisance to everyone else around them who are actually using the park correctly and respectfully. And because there's no security at this park, because why would a normal ass park like this have dedicated security, and because other people don't want to tell these assholes to stop being assholes, these people trashing the park will keep making more and more of a mess out of it. And all the shit that they're doing will affect more and more people using the park and their enjoyment of the place. Not only that, but a lot of newcomers who come to the park to check it out will see the kind of mess that people are making there and not want to come back. And not only will they leave with a negative impression of the place, but also they'll wonder to themselves how the people who've been using it could let the park deteriorate to that degree. And thus they'll develop a negative impression of those people too. And it's not like they're gonna know how to differentiate between the assholes actually trashing the place and the ones who actually use it properly. And unlike the rats, as someone
Okay,
who
wait, do I want to
genuinely
rotate it
cares
that
about
way and get
gacha
it
games
out?
and is deeply invested in seeing its evolution over the years so that I can better understand them and, more importantly, better teach people getting into gacha games about what they're really like, naturally, I don't like what
Okay,
I'm
let's
seeing
see.
the rats do to the gacha space right now. I enjoy playing gacha games, but I also
Put cutter
enjoy
there,
seeing
cutter
other
there.
people enjoy gacha games as well. Seeing
Rotator
people
there.
get excited for new characters, whole new gacha games even, celebrating their roles in gacha, showing off their latest builds for the characters, making fan art for their games. These are the kinds of things that I want to see on Twitter, not the fucking clown's 4th or 5th attempt at
Yeah.
slandering a Hoyo game, failing miserably, and then blaming the community for that game, the dumb shit he's pulled, like he's some sort of protester who thought it'd be a great idea to go protest in the middle of a highway and gets pissed off that he got his ass run over. I've spent the last 8 years having a ton of fun with a lot of different gacha games out there, and I want everyone else who truly enjoys gacha to do the same.
Oh wait,
But if
wait.
you're here to push an agenda, to push a narrative that only
I just need
certain
the circles
gacha
out,
games
right?
in a good light, but others in a bad one, then straight up, I don't think you should be a part of this community. And while usually I don't have a problem with content creators who choose to focus on React and
My
content,
bad.
if you call yourself a gacha content creator, but your content consists of nothing but, or mostly, React Andy slop, and you're part of the Rat Pack glazing one gacha and demonizing another, you're not a gacha seeker.
Yeah.
You're a gacha tourist. I said at the beginning of this video that the problem with the gacha space right now basically boils down to gacha tribalism that's spiraled out of control. But that's actually only half the
boy.
story. The other half of the problem, until very recently, was due to everyone else, myself included to a certain extent, not doing anything about it. The thing is that content creators don't want to deal with the rats in the first place. They don't want to speak up against them because they don't know how to respond to them whenever the rats start going crazy in the rubber rooms, right? Shoving their hands up their own assholes for their hottest trash takes and shit opinions that nobody asked for. Or they're afraid of the backlash that they'll very likely receive for getting involved with the rats in any way. Or, put even more simply, they would prefer not
Wait, how
to
do we get
engage
to
with
go
the rats
up?
in the first place. About
In
2
here,
months
wait.
back, when I started getting involved in the crossfire myself, I asked another CC who I
Wait, how
left
does the
anonymous
stacker work?
to see if they wanted to discuss all the drama
I
going
said
down,
Meister.
but they declined.
I
saying that
see.
they
Thanks for
couldn't
the
afford to
resub.
deal with any drama at the time, and
How
I
does the
doubt they've
stacker
changed their
work?
stance since. I've heard about how St. Tontus and Pokey had a run-in some time ago, and how it was explained to me was that Pokey eventually got tired of dealing with Saint's shit and decided to apologize just so that he could get out of it, with Tectone of all people acting as a mediator of all things, so
Yeah.
that he wasn't just backing St. Tontus's ass the entire time. If that's more or less accurate, then that should go on to show you that even a streamer of Pokey's size doesn't want to deal with shit like that. Hey, I myself can tell you all about the weeks following Tectone's reacts to some of my delusional Gacha Takes videos, and how I had the absolutely lovely experience of dealing with
Wait,
some
how
of
do
the
I get
more
the stacker
delusional
out?
viewers coming into my chat to regurgitate the same ad
I need to get
insults
the
that their
thing
dear
up.
leader Kim Jong-un shoved down their throats in his own streams. I can tell you all about the fucking retards who showed up in my chat to do nothing but glaze the shit straight out of St. Tontus' gaping asshole. Obviously not all other viewers are that brain dead. At the very least, for the moment anyway, it's only a few of them so far that have bothered going out of their way to talk shit. But the fact of the matter is that with slop creators like them, there's a very good chance
Oh,
that
yeah,
they'll
my
have at least
encoder's-
a handful of viewers who unironically
My encoder's being bad. One sec. I'll Okay, no, that should be fine. No, I was too focused on building my freaking factory. I got distracted. But yeah, those are not pictures behind them. Those are body pillows. Those are the cases of body pillows, man. Those are not pictures. Those are body pillows.
Ironically,
But
guzzle
yeah.
the shit that's coming out of their mouths. But while I can deal with the occasional drone from Tectones or iTomas or St. Tontus' chats, or whichever chat of a dogshit streamer they're from, coming into mine to start talking trash to me personally, obviously I see why other streamers wouldn't want to. If streamers have the choice, then I would assume that most of them would rather not have to deal with people like that in the first place. And if minding their own
how the hell
business
does this
is
work?
what keeps them out of drama, then of course they'll keep their mouths shut. But even if their reasons for not wanting to get involved are understandable, that doesn't change
How do
the
I
fact
place
that with no one to
stackers?
keep the rats in check, they can run around causing as much havoc as they want. And whenever someone does try to
Stacking
speak up
here.
against them, they'll just use smear and intimidation tactics to silence them and get back to chewing on whatever the fuck they want.
And do I need to do
Whatever pushes
upper
their
floor and
agenda
then lower
forward.
floor?
And as I mentioned earlier, I'm not exactly blameless myself in this situation either. As someone who goes around calling himself the god of Gacha, this is something that I should have seen coming, or at least I think I should have. And
I don't know,
something that I
man.
certainly should have at least tried calling attention to sooner, to warn the greater Gacha community about before things started getting out of hand. I mean, even Mugen called him a fucking clown as far ago as last year, so he was very likely one of the first ones to see St. Tontus for what he truly is. It's too bad the rest of us didn't follow suit. Hell, I remember
that's a
part of me
catapult.
thinking last year when I first heard about this St. Tontus dude going off the deep end about Wuthering Waves that he was just going to be a flash in the pan and that nothing would come of his hate boner for gacha games. But then again, perhaps even if I did do something back then, it wouldn't have really mattered.
Did that work? Wait, how the hell
But
do I
not
get the
anymore,
stacker to
because
work?
the good news is that now people are starting to speak up against the rats, or at least against St. Tontus now that for some reason he
I'm
really
so
wants to
confused.
die on the hill of Miasma is a shit mechanic in Zenless. We got videos from people like Flip and others calling out St. Tontus for his bullshit, and while it took a bit for people to finally get fed up with him enough to do that, it's better a little late than never. And if St. Tontus wants to keep rattling his little cage like the pet hamster he is and guess who owns him, then he can expect to keep getting his ass tossed into the microwave and get cooked some more. We even got Ryuku out here apparently leaking his DMs with Tectone just to show how much of a fucking bald-ass rat he is. Ayo, Baldy, it don't feel so good when somebody else leaks your DMs now, does it? I thought getting filtered by Limbus Company was bad enough for you, but this is just embarrassing. Because of this, because people are finally starting to realize that these rats are becoming more and more of a problem in our community,
Oh, I have to
I'm
hold
making
E and
this video
Q.
to urge everyone and anyone out there who truly cares about gacha games as a whole, which ideally should be all of us, regular players and content creators alike, to take a stand against these rats. These tourists who masquerade around as gacha players but contribute nothing to our scene other than push agendas, spread false information, bloat the space with React slop,
Okay.
and or harass other players and CCs online who go against their agenda. People already love doing all that shit all over social media right now, and I don't know about you, but I would personally rather not see that happening here in the gacha space either, more than it already would have. Now, some of you may say, hey Tuhu, you're not exactly a paragon of great behavior either. You've made a few videos that could be seen as harassment with how harsh your language was. In particular, the Delusional Gacha Takes 3 video where you roasted Ryuku over his tweet in regards to Genshin and Wuwa splash arts. You've been talking a whole lot of shit yourself even in this video about
Wait, how do
content
I
creators that you don't
make
like.
the thing to go
and of
up?
course there's a whole god of beggars and god of unemployment thing that's a favorite among the rodents in the sewers, known as Tectone's YouTube and Twitch channels. For my Delusional Gacha Takes videos, you wouldn't be wrong. I deliberately cranked up the shock factor in those videos by using very harsh language to attract new viewers. But even if I ignored the rats that those videos also attracted, I couldn't ignore the fact that even viewers who weren't rats were questioning why I felt the need to be that harsh. That's why, for my Delusional Takes videos 4 and 5, I've toned down my aggressive language significantly. While I'll still gladly talk shit on the
How do I
slop
get it to go
creators
up?
as I've demonstrated throughout this video, I do not want my shit talking.
But yeah, what are you guys
totally
saying? The
dominate
difference
those
between a rat
videos.
and a person with standards.
Because I've come to realize
Yep.
that if I were to keep making videos like that,
Why spend that much? I don't know
myself
why.
would eventually become no different
Exactly
than the
what
creators
weeb is
I'm
now. Watch
criticizing
anime, play
here.
video games, but
I
you
myself
find yourselves
will become
disgusted.
what
Yeah.
I'm telling people to fight against. Not to mention with Ryuk,
It is what it is, man.
since this is rather topical at the moment. While I'm not a big fan of his past behavior on Twitter with tweets like these that he's since deleted because he's gotten accepted into a Wuthering Waves content creator program of some kind.
Wait,
And
they're
while he and
stacked
I
on top of each other.
clearly
Okay.
have differing views on various gacha topics, what I'm even less of a fan of is how Tectone behaved towards Ryuku recently. All that just because Ryuku had a take that Tectone didn't like, huh? At least Tectone sent his rats my way after I roasted his divorce in one of my React videos from 2 months ago, which I actually took back and apologized for soon
Damn.
after in the same video, by the way. But yeah, I'll take back what I said about Techie's wife, because I don't know the full situation there. All I heard was Freem leaving his ass, his sorry ass. But if there's more details to that I'm not aware of, then alright. I'll refrain from commenting on that from now on. But not surprisingly, I guess Tectone didn't see that part now, did he? All this to say, even if you're not a rat, you still might not like me for any number of reasons.
Wait, how do we
You
get
might
it to
not
go
like
up
how
the
I call myself
thing
the
then?
Gacha. You might not like how I've done several of my videos in the past. You
Move
might not
floor
like
up.
the fact that I have body pillows of VTubers on the wall behind me because you think that's cringe. And that's fine. Because the biggest priority that I have right
How do
now
we get it to
is
go
help
up?
clean up the gacha community online and educate people on gacha games with upcoming videos like these
I'm so
that we as a
confused.
community are better informed and better equipped to deal with the agenda pushers and the clout chasers. And not just me either, this is the biggest
let me go back to
priority that I want
floors.
ideally all of us gacha players to have right now. Because the more people know about gacha games, the more likely they'll be able to tell when rats like Saint Tontus and the rest of them are trying to bullshit them. And at the risk of sounding like I'm ego farming,
You remember how the
who
rat's
better to
called
teach
Atsu
people
rat?
about
Because it
gacha
takes a
games
rat to
than the
other
dude
rats.
who
Yep,
spent
pretty
the last
much.
8 years playing 14. Actually, no, 15 of them. Sorry, the horse girl's got me. Gold Ship abducted my ass, and now she wants me to spam speed training for the next hour.
Yep,
but
they
it's
do.
not just the
It's much
knowledge,
different.
it's
Both are
about
the same
having the
thing, but
right
everyone has their
attitude
fetish.
as well.
Exactly.
The willingness to learn about gachas, to have conversations about them.
What do you mean the
Even if that
video's
means
done?
talking to people who have different opinions than you. You can grind
The
all the
video
gacha
still
you
has,
want, but
like,
if you have a piece of shit
20
attitude,
more
then you
minutes.
end up just becoming some dipshit.
I'm trying
who
to
thinks
figure
that
how to
HP
freaking stack
inflation
my
and
conveyor
miasma
belt here.
are legitimate problems
Yeah,
in
for
Zenless.
sure.
And St. Tontus doesn't even grind that game. He apparently only plays Zenless like once a month, by his
Okay.
own words, by the way. So what chance
Yep.
do we have of becoming anything else? And to top it all off, besides my sheer gacha experience, I've been down in the trenches. I know what it feels like to get targeted by the rats. I've seen
Yep.
my content get dislike bombed. I've seen people
Yep.
I've never even heard of, like, before 2 months ago, start talking shit on me because bandwagon is all they know when it comes to content creation. And most importantly, I know my shit, and I can handle my own fair share of trash talk. Did the rats think that calling
How
me
the hell
shit
do I
like
do
God
layers?
of beggars and God of unemployment was really gonna get me shook? Think they're gonna need some better ammo than that, man. I don't know.
Okay.
Hey, yo, Baldy, got some more lead left in the blicky? You might need to dig a little deeper into your DMs, I think. That worked last time. What you got for me this time, bitch? And while I mentioned before
Okay.
that other CCs out there have already made videos calling out some of the rats and the shit they're trying to pull, I think that someone out there needs to make a video calling on everyone in the gacha space as a whole who calls themselves true gacha enjoyers to see the rats for what they truly are and what they've been doing for the past 6 months or longer. And if no one else out there has made one yet or is willing to make it, well, you're watching it right now, because who better to make a video like that than yours truly? And the reason why I say everyone is because on our own as individual players and even individual content creators, it will not be easy dealing with the rats. They're loud, they're obnoxious, and they don't give a fuck about anything other than pushing their own narrative or their agenda. And anything and anyone that doesn't fit it, they spread their ass cheeks open and start shitting everywhere. Because the bigger pieces of shit they are, the
Yeah, they
harder
don't
it
even
becomes for
enjoy what
them
they're
to be
talking
dealt
about.
with.
Exactly.
Normally, in most other communities online, the best course of action to deal with people and creators like this is to simply ignore them. Right?
Exactly.
Let them talk their shit, and eventually, hopefully, they get bored and move on to other stuff, or they'll make a really bad mistake, get themselves into some drama, and then leave that way. But unfortunately in this case, for us in the gacha space, I don't think that's gonna work. St. Tontus will keep making his dog shit content from that little hamster cage of his, and he's only gotten worse over the past year now that he's routinely escaping from his cage to go attack other creators. Tecto's gonna keep calling other content creators that he doesn't like for whatever reason pedophiles, and as I said at the beginning of the video, more and more people will see their behavior and try to emulate them to make the rat infestation
Unfortunately.
even worse. I've spent the last 2 months observing
Unfortunately,
the gacha
that's what will
space,
happen.
seeing how things play out. Because my channel getting attacked by Tectone's rats from, what, 2 months ago? Maybe that was an isolated case. Maybe they only came after my ass because of my whole, gacha god thing, which is at least somewhat understandable, if that's the case.
Okay.
But as it turns out, no, I'm far from a one-off case. The rats really do just go after anyone and anything that doesn't subscribe to their agenda, or if they happen to offend their fragile egos. Which means that the only chance that the rest of us have at fighting back is to simply be louder than them. And I don't just mean that in a, be more active on social media kind of way. No, we have to make more content than them, and we have to make more content on them. All those videos and tweets that people have been making recently calling out St. Tontus's misinformation and bullshit, yeah, more of those, please. We have to keep up the pressure on them because their kind of content and behavior does not benefit anyone
Alright,
or
where's my
anything
stacker?
in the overall gacha community except themselves. And besides, if their agenda doesn't tolerate anything that goes against what they like, then why should they expect to be treated any differently? But that cannot be the only content that we make. I can't stress this enough. We also have to keep doing what we've already been doing. That is, making content on gacha games we enjoy. Be it character guides, endgame runs, drawing fan art, and making cosplays even, because that's content too. And all in a civil manner, of course. Even if the rats try to attack us and try
Here
to
we
force
go.
us
Now
to
I
stop,
should stack it
we
the way I
cannot
want.
let them dissuade us from both calling their asses
Majority of them
out
are HoloLive?
and
Oh yeah, they
doing
are.
what we've been doing before they showed up, like the cancer they are. In other words, I urge everyone out there, both regular players and content creators alike, to take pride in your gachas and
Alright,
your
side
content,
tasks.
as long as you make your
Be able to
content
view them
in
while making
earnest
them?
without
Okay.
having an ulterior motive, and you don't feel the need to
Oh, I can make a
indiscriminately shit
pyramid
on
by
other
stacking
games
more on
and
top.
creators like the rats do. And for those of you out there,
Okay.
regardless of if you're a content creator or just a regular player, who feel like, none of this has anything to do with you, right? You
Interesting.
don't plan on making any drama content or otherwise getting yourself involved in any of this in any way, and thus none of the
So there's,
rats
like,
should
other
have
ways to,
any
like, also
reason
mix the
attack you
shapes.
in particular, and so you'll just carry on as usual. Here's the thing. I think that it's less a matter of if and more a matter of when. While you could try to stay low and just mind your own
Alright,
business
let's go complete
to
some
avoid
side
alerting
tasks
the
then.
horde, anything you say or do, the rats will use as an excuse to harass you if they find any reason at all to go after you. You can make a video pointing out the mistakes in St. Tontus's videos. You can be initially on his side, then try to cut ties with them, and then apologize for it later because he threw his rats at you. You can have a disagreement with Tectone on Discord. You can make an 11-minute video glazing the fuck out of Wuwa, but say one tangentially bad thing about it. And pretty soon you'll have a rat infestation on your ass before you know it.
Alright, let's
Hell,
see. What's up?
all you really
I
need
wanna
to
do?
is just say something like, oh, I like NTE, or I like Genshin.
Yeah.
And some rat will come along and hit you with the, oh, so you hate Wuwa? And again, if streamers like
Yeah.
Loki, Envy, and Genazod aren't safe from the rat harassment, what makes you think you're any exception? So, fellow gacha gamers,
Exactly.
it's time. It's time to take a stand against the growing tide of rats, to fight against them and their agenda, their misinformation, and their deliberate vitriol. Gacha games belong to gacha gamers, not to the vermin who are only interested in spreading their own version of the fucking bubonic plague. And I don't know about you, but I'd rather not see these rats run around as they please in my domain. Sorry, actually, let me correct myself. Our domain.
Damn,
But this problem ain't gonna clean itself
our
up, boys.
domain now,
we have to get in
guys.
there, myself included, and get our hands dirty and clean this shit up ourselves. Now, I understand that there are some content creators out there who will still refrain from taking a stand due to various reasons, whether personal or contractual. All I ask then is that you avoid the rats and prevent them from influencing your words, your actions, your communities if you have one. As long as you and your communities understand that their actions do not serve the best interests of the overall gacha community whatsoever, that's the least you can do. I also want to emphasize that while I've talked plenty of trash throughout this video, I want to keep it within the realm of gacha. What I mean by that is this. Take Tectone, for example, right? I've thrown quite a few shots at him throughout this video already, but I'm also aware that he's gotten himself into plenty of other shit in the past 2 months. Don't get me wrong, while I would love to jump on this chance to roast his ass even more, I want to refrain from doing that because then that would no longer be about gacha games, and then I'd just be attacking him as a general content creator. I only give a fuck about gacha games as far as I'm concerned as a CC, and so I'll only pull the trigger on stuff that Tectone does in regards to gacha. If he wants to drama slop about anything else, fine by me, that's his problem and not mine, so he can go off and pick fights with people like, I don't know, Hassan and Ludwig all he wants. I don't give a fuck. I made the mistake of bringing up his divorce, and as I showed earlier, I already apologized for that, and took it back. And I still want to stand by that, by the way, even if Tectone himself clearly didn't see the apology part and started leaking our fucking DMs because of it. That's okay though, he might be the bigger streamer, but I am the bigger man. And yes, even with the anime body pillows in the back. And I want to extend this to all the other slop creators too, for better or for worse. I'll only pull the trigger on my videos when it's related to gacha. Otherwise, aside from small trash talk like calling St. Tontus a hamster,
there we go. Imagine just playing the wallpaper office.
Clint Stevens, anything else
well,
that's
that's
not
him,
related
man.
to gacha at all, like personal stuff or other
I
stuff
wish I
that
could
doesn't
change
have
the
anything to do with
perspective view
gacha
of my
in the first
conveyor
place,
belts here.
will be left alone. I'd like to ask to be given the same treatment, but I don't know. For some reason, I don't think that's gonna happen. Speaking of treatment, for those of you who also don't like the rats or the slop creators, I'd like to ask that you try to do the same. Keep it to gacha, and don't make your comments personal. That's what rats do, and you guys are not rats. You guys are better than that. Finally, I mentioned this very briefly earlier,
There
but
we
I
go.
want to reiterate it at the end of the video here.
That should fix the
Not all of the
spaghettification
people
here.
who watch the slop creators like St. Tontus and Tectone and the others are rats themselves. While I've generalized and talked a lot of trash about the rats as a whole so far, I want to make it clear that unlike the slop creators who have no nuance and no sense of self-restraint, I don't want to commit friendly fire by just blasting their entire viewer bases wholesale. And the reason why I call it friendly fire is because quite a few of their viewers are still a part of this community too. A lot of WoA players out there genuinely enjoy that game instead of just playing it for the clout. And even if they prefer it over Genshin or other Hoyo games, seeing their fellow WoA players talk mad shit about other games isn't what they want to see, because that just makes the rest of them look bad too. Or maybe it's because they play both Hoyo and Kuro games. Mind-blowing, I know. This even applies
Wait,
to some
I
of the
wonder
rats
how you
themselves,
get
too. While many of the rats clearly do not care about
those
the
things
well-being of
merged.
gacha games as a whole, some of them still do. They are what I'd consider to be actual gacha players, people who do genuinely enjoy gacha games, but for one reason or another, they find themselves gravitating towards one particular gacha and watching slop creators who they think share the same opinions as they do about gacha. Even if their behavior can be at first quite confrontational, if you give them a chance to explain themselves and their opinions, sometimes they give you the opportunity to have a discussion with them, right? And as I said earlier, having a discussion is the most important thing that we can do. Having an honest conversation with these players is exactly what needs to happen if we want less problems like this in the future. Even if we can't come to an agreement on various things or topics, and of course we'll always have our own preferences, what's important is that for those rats, for the ones who are willing to talk it out, we reach out to them and at least put in the effort to listen to what they have to say and then try to have a conversation with them. They say that one rotten apple spoils the entire barrel, but me personally, I don't want to give up on the ones that haven't gone bad yet. But in the meantime, speaking of rotten apples, I'm looking forward to Baltimore and the rest of his dog shit slop crew jerk themselves off to this video, so hey, don't let me down, rats. Give me a good show. And you know where to find me? I'll be right there.
Okay, so
Not
then
like
now they
going
got
anywhere, though, 'cause
rotated.
I don't get banned every other week like Tectone does. For everyone else though, if you enjoyed the video, don't forget to drop a like and
Do
subscribe to
3
the
of
channel.
those.
Sorry for taking so long to come out with this video. I got lots of stuff going on IRL, and I'll probably need some more time to get going with future videos too. If you want to support me even further, check out my Patreon page and my streams
we
either
rotate
right here on
those.
YouTube or over at twitch.tv/ToFSniper98. For those of you who stuck around for the whole thing, thank you very much for watching until the end. The rats are coming, and they're gonna do what they do best. Gaslight, gatekeep, insult, and in general, act like the gutter trash they are. And all I have left to say to them
No,
at this
Styx
point
is trash,
that I
man.
would love to see them fucking try. Let's do this.
The most coherent is Ryugu out of them since Tectone gave the middle finger, and even then he's a mess. What are you witnessing? Yeah, I wasn't really paying too much attention to the freaking react that you sent. And I was too focused on building a factory. No, Styx has been infamously awful, man. It's been the thing, like, since before he started doing gacha stuff back in the MMO days, man. He's just trash in general. Sure. You gotta make those clicks. You know what, actually? We'll do some more of that React stuff, but we'll do it with my freaking factory in bigger view. I'm more interested in my factory, to be honest. I'm like trying to pay attention to multiple things at once. Because honestly, some of this shit is a pain to go through. No, we're gonna do all the NTE videos tomorrow, probably. We'll do like a different thing with the NTE ones. We'll group them up for later. Okay, let's see. What is this? What do we grab here? Roblox CEO wants a dating platform. I mean, it's sponsored, right?
On the list of horrible ideas, this has got to be pretty high up there. The CEO of Roblox is digging his heels into the ground, lat spreading with an idea, refusing to budge an inch. And it is a putrid idea most people find to be terrible. The CEO of Roblox wants adults to use the game for dating. That idea is so outlandish, it sounds like a sick joke. Roblox is a game primarily used by children. The overwhelming majority of the player base is kids, toddlers. And yeah, there definitely are adults that do play some Roblox games, but it's not the largest chunk of its audience. And given Roblox's history with how many cases, numerous cases there have been of adults preying on children through Roblox, to now try and cater Roblox to be a dating site for adults sounds like a recipe for disaster. I really don't understand this direction the CEO wants to start pushing Roblox. Man, smoking on that orb of confusion, because this shit is foul. It doesn't make any sense.
We can make that next
has
shape.
millions of games on it for all kinds
Roblox
of different
is weird. You hate its
Roblox
existence?
experiences.
I don't know.
So I'm
Roblox
sure
was
there
cool
are,
20
like,
years
dating
ago.
games already in it right now.
I played Roblox in the early days as a kid, growing up. Roblox was great like 20 years ago. You know, Roblox is one thing 20 years ago. If you've ever seen how Roblox used to be back then, it was a completely different type of game than it is now. But like, I stopped playing Roblox in like 14 years ago. I stopped playing Roblox 14 years ago, but I played Roblox back in its early days when I was still in like freaking... I wasn't even in first grade, but I remember playing it on like on some computers that I've had access to back like in the Windows XP days. Roblox is really, really old. Like, it's really, really old, and it was a completely different thing back then. If you saw Roblox what it was back in the day, you wouldn't recognize what Roblox is today. I've seen stuff of how Roblox is today, and it's completely different than it was back then. You've never seen any Roblox streamers? They exist, though. Somehow. But yeah.
But for the CEO to come forward and say that he wants the game to be more focused on dating is so fucking odd. especially in Roblox, but this would be weird in any game out there. If fucking Fortnite came forward and said, we're adding a dating server where you can only duo queue with a romantic love interest. Like, they try and set it up like it's eHarmony or some shit. It's not only weird,
Goddamn.
it's dangerous. Like, it doesn't make sense why the CEO of Roblox wants this to be some kind of core component to Roblox. So the CEO, David Baszucki, has really doubled down on this desire to make Roblox more of a dating experience for adults. Recently, in 2023, they did up the maturity rating so they could provide experiences that include blood and crude humor and alcohol and romantic themes. But in order to access that, the users have to prove their age, so they're required to share identification documents to prove it. But as mentioned in this article, there's not a whole lot to stop an underage user from just using their parents' ID. It's just not the best system. It's very easy for a kid to get around that if they just use their parents' ID, and then could end up in a romantic Chuck E. Cheese with a candlelit dinner with Jared Fogle. Anyway though, the CEO still wants to provide a cozy space for relationships to bloom through movie screenings, concerts, and mixers, all hosted in the virtual space. Adults can get to know one another on a more intimate level. To Baszucki, it's a solution to a modern problem, a loneliness epidemic, as he called it. I'm so tired of people thinking that the loneliness epidemic is something that can be fixed by adding even more things that isolate people. It's the most ass-backwards approach to this ever. Is there a loneliness epidemic, a problem with tons of
then I
people
can
being
cut
more
it.
and more
Okay,
lonely?
right.
You bet your sweet bippy there is. You're in denial if you're trying to argue otherwise. People are more isolated from one another than ever because all of their experiences come through the computer screen now. Very few people are getting the normal socialization that a lot of us growing up took for granted. How the fuck is also getting all of your dating experiences through the Roblox movie theater and pizza joint?
Okay, so
somehow
cutting it
helping
like
with
that works.
loneliness epidemic? It is only exacerbating that issue of keeping you locked indoors away from other human beings. This is not a solution to the problem, it is another symptom of it and only makes the problem worse. This is not the direction to go if you're trying to tackle the loneliness epidemic. Also, Roblox is probably the worst place to do something like this. Again, this platform has had a history of a lot of predators using it, and also some of them not even being, like, taken down by Roblox themselves, so
How about the
Roblox
square
doesn't have a
thingy?
great track record when it comes to protecting kids on it. So I am not very confident that somehow Roblox dating is going to be, you know, all
Oh, you should've
buttoned
cut
up
those.
where it's 100% always
For a
only adults
task.
going on dates in the first place. I feel like this is going to be a really, really messy, terrible thing that parents should be a little concerned with. It really is a fucking baffling decision, because Roblox is a gaming platform first and foremost, and it is primarily targeted towards kids, very young players. But with this decision and this fixation on this bad direction, the CEO wants it to also be viewed as a dating platform for adults. If you are a parent and your kid wants to play Roblox, but you're now hearing that it's mainly starting to be a platform for adults finding love, a dating platform for adults, you're hearing about adults that are hooking up because they met through Roblox, well, you're not going to want your kid on there, and you shouldn't. That's not a suitable place for them anymore if a lot of adults are now being conditioned to view Roblox as a place where they might go find a potential partner. That's not a good situation at all. Even if the CEO doesn't completely change the identity of Roblox to a dating site, even if it does maintain the gaming identity where it is primarily focused on games, it's still not a platform that is suitable for kids anymore if it is gaming with also a huge emphasis on adults dating. Those two should not be on the same platform ever. It's fucking weird. Thousands of adults will meet for the first time in Roblox dating experiences and subsequently form real-life relationships, he said in 2024. I think a lot of people who are too afraid to go on a real-life date might find it easier to have a virtual date to start, and then if they connect, move to the physical world. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. What are you talking about, man? If there are adults that want to connect and meet a potential partner, there are tons of platforms that offer that right now. It doesn't need to be Roblox. It shouldn't be Roblox. This is a gaming platform that has a majority user base of kids. It is weird to try and now make it also cater to adults to find love. I know it's been a pretty big meme about this, but it does really feel like it is some kind of CIA operation to catch pedophiles here with this Roblox dating experience that's trying to be offered. I think of Roblox as a platform to help loneliness and help bring connection. Can we do this in a way that is more civil and higher quality than any other company could? No. No, you can't. Roblox has failed numerous times in protecting kids from predators that are already on Roblox, even before offering the dating experience component. And also the article even mentions a recent one, which again is just one of many cases where Roblox has been used by pedophiles to do terrible things. And I can only imagine that that gets worse with Roblox trying to make this pivot into dating experiences, making it more of a focus. This is just a horrible idea no matter how you try and spin it. I don't know why he really keeps trying to sell this idea that it's to try and combat the loneliness epidemic. Once again, this only makes it worse. I really think one of the primary motivators for why he wants this so badly in Roblox is because he wants even more users in the ecosystem. Roblox is a behemoth that brings in unimaginable money, but it is mainly from kids. So I think he's trying to find ways to get more adults invested in the platform so they can make even more money. It's not Roblox IP is insanely big. It's a dangerous idea.
It's massive.
Anyway, though, that's really about it. So, yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next one. That's crazy, though, that he wants to make it a fucking dating sim. I mean, this one, then. We're not gonna see this one. We ain't gonna give this clown any views. I'm never gonna give this clown any views, man. Because even viewing it once helps. So, like, no. We already looked at the whole patent thing and it's ridiculous. Alright, here. Deep dive into the violent unraveling of pirate software. Oh boy.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And that phrase is perfect to describe when a massive content creator gets into controversy bad enough to end their career. But when it comes to pirate software, he wasn't just a big content creator. He was someone who managed to blow up from 13,000 subscribers all the way to 1.1 million in less than 2 months, taking over the YouTube Shorts algorithm at some point, and even making over $50,000 in one Twitch stream. However, he also managed to lose all of that just as fast. His actions didn't just make him unlikable, but it exposed him, both as a brand and as a person, making people realize that they had subscribed to him over lies or exaggerations, and that he never showed his true self until now. You've no doubt somehow heard about this already. So many people are talking about him because it's that much of a crazy story, and so I thought of making a video going back to the first ever incident and how it led us here today. So without further ado, let's do this. Alright, so the first question to even ask here is, where the hell did pirate software even come from? Well, he created his channel in 2016, and while his channel would grow over the years, it would do so in a very slow manner, reaching 13,000 subscribers after 7 years. But then, at the end of October 2023, he would take a decision that would change his life forever. And that would be uploading highlights of his Twitch streams as YouTube Shorts. These were such an incredible success that for a while they took over the YouTube Shorts algorithm. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised at all if a huge portion of you watching this video right now came across these shorts on your own time. The views speak for themselves, with tens of millions of people being exposed to his channel for the first time and liking it. But how did he manage to do that when so many others couldn't? Well, many different shorts actually share the same factors. All you have to do is just watch one to understand the appeal. This short right here, titled Social Engineering, has every single one of these factors combined. So let's take a look at it and then I'll explain. Watch.
So when I worked at Blizzard, I had to do a social engineering task where I had to hit customer support, and I had to get 50 questions answered. And let me tell you, I got my questions answered. I shouldn't have. That was the problem. They're not supposed to answer those. And one of the things that I found that was really interesting is people that had been there for 1 year were really, really hard to trick. But people that had been there for 5 years were really easy to trick. What have we learned? We've learned that training is the issue. Everybody that actually worked at the company got training in their first year, and then they never got training again. So they became complacent, exactly. The director of CS came, and he said, I want the names. And I said, I'm not giving you the names. You're just going to fire those people. And he goes, I'm going to go to your boss. I was like, do it. My boss is like, you got the names? I was like, yeah. And he goes, you going to give them to him? I was like, no. And he goes, he's not going to give you the names, bud. And then I sat down and was like, look, I'm not giving you the names, because if I did, you'd fire all of these people that are your best employees, the ones that have been here the longest. And in 4 years, you will have the exact same problem with the people that are newbies right now. The issue is not the employees, it's your training regimen. I sat down with him, we created a new 6-month training regimen. And guess what? I went back about a year later, did the same thing. All those people passed with flying colors. Not a single one of them answered my questions.
Well, there you have it. The deep voice, with the confidence and eloquence in his speech, as well as the whiteboard he was drawing on at the bottom that was meant to soothe any attention span issues Gen Z might have, was the perfect combination. Additionally, this story made him out to be a genius, but not just any genius, a noble genius who saved 8 employees from losing their jobs by standing up to the evil boss. And where did that boss work? At some unknown company? No, he worked at the grand, prestigious video game company, Blizzard Entertainment. Yes, that's right. This guy right here, talking in such an amazing, eloquent tone, worked at Blizzard Entertainment. And that's something he would make sure to mention any chance he got.
When I worked at Blizzard, I did that for Blizzard, 7 years, yeah. Blizzard. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment.
Anyway, we'll get back to that later in the video, but for now, all you have to understand is that these shorts were extremely effective. Pirate Software had gone from 13,000 subscribers to 1 million before the year even ended. That's 2 months, going from 13,000 to 1.1 million. And over time, his shorts have racked up almost 2.3 billion views. A massive, astounding achievement in such a short amount of time. But YouTube wasn't the only platform that benefited. I mean, these shorts were highlights from his streams, so of course people went to those streams to see the real thing live. And so his Twitch channel went from 400 concurrent viewers to thousands. And within barely 3 months, he was at over 8,000 concurrent viewers. That's top 1% of the top 1%. Now,
it's
look,
related
of course
to
you might
Dev,
think,
make
well,
free
there are
5
bigger
stars,
streamers out
ultra,
there,
dedicate
of
to each
course,
other's
but even
support.
those streamers
I
must have
know.
gotten envious sometimes because of how loyal
And super
and
niche
supportive
artifact
Pirate
performance
Software's community
nosedive.
was. On December 2023, he would beat Twitch's hype
I
train
mean, that
record.
nosedive
When
is a
enough
different
people
issue,
donate
man.
bits or gift subs, the hype train is activated, starting at level 1. While that's happening, a timer starts counting down to 0. If more people donate, the timer resets and they get to level 2. Pirate Software's community had gotten him to level 55, and they discovered together that level 55 was actually the cap. No one had ever reached a hype train level this high on the entire platform. He had gotten over 7,000 subs and 1.8 million bits. If you don't know what this means, he had essentially made $50,000 in one stream. This guy's community was so unstoppable that it made everyone else be aware of his existence. So much so that he actually was able to get nominated to the Streamer Awards in December of 2023. He was barely getting viral. But this is just how influential he was in such a short span of time. But what I want you to understand here is that the Streamer Awards actually have way bigger streamers than Pirate Software and other category nominations. For example, like XQC or Kai Cenat. These streamers would of course send their own communities to go vote for them on the website. And they did so with no issues. But when Pirate Software sent his community to vote for him, they crashed the fucking website.
Damn.
No other content creator had even come close to crashing the website. So it goes without saying that he won the Best Software and Game Development Streamer Award in 2023. He wasn't just absolutely killing it, the guy was speedrunning being a content creator, getting to 1 million subs, getting hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitch, winning streamer awards, and beating records when it came to donations on Twitch. So of course, I say this with no exaggeration, the sky was the limit and the guy was barely getting started. If he could achieve that in just a couple of months, what could he achieve in
pretty good
years?
for Bellinor,
Would he become a legend?
exactly.
Achieve stardom? Either way, he was unstoppable until he wasn't. And he had no one to blame but himself. The first incident that would begin his cataclysmic downfall was, in the most ironic way possible, in a World of Warcraft dungeon. Yes, Blizzard Entertainment's biggest game of all time. And it would become his worst nightmare. Guys, I don't think World of Warcraft needs any introduction, okay? It came out in 2004 and revolutionized gaming forever. Many games tried to copy it, many games tried to compete with it, they all died, and this game is still alive today in 2025. Now, throughout the years, it has received many different expansions,
Yep.
9 in total. And while they would add more content, quests, story, sometimes new races, sometimes new classes, some of them would also permanently alter the game's fundamental mechanics. In other words, the game that you're playing now in 2025 is vastly different from the game that you would have played on release day. One could even go as far as saying that they're completely different games at this point.
Yep,
Seeing
they
that
are.
so many people's most meaningful gaming experience while they were growing up was World of Warcraft, a lot of them yearned for nostalgia. A lot of them wanted to relive those days when all they had to do was worry about mechanics from 10 or even 15 years ago. This would result in the rise of WoW private servers, unofficial servers ran by fans in which they would use old versions of the game. At some point, Blizzard would start taking down some of the most popular private servers and would cause community outrage, with many asking Blizzard directly, well, why are you going to take them down, seeing that there's demand for them if you're not going to make one of your own? And so they took their sweet time, but eventually, in the year 2019, they would launch World of Warcraft Classic, bringing back World of Warcraft exactly how it was back during patch 1.12.1 of September 2006, before the launch of its first ever expansion. It would run in parallel to the normal World of Warcraft of today and would slowly re-release its expansions, allowing people to relive them once more. In the summer of 2023, World of Warcraft Classic would release the Hardcore Realms game mode. These are separate servers from normal ones in which you can create a new character, but if you die, you lose that character forever, hence why it was called Hardcore. And this is where Sodapoppin comes in, a streamer that has been streaming for over a decade now. In his early days, he was a popular World of Warcraft streamer, and when he saw the announcement of World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore, he would create a Hardcore streamer guild in October 2023, in which he and a bunch of other big streamers would try their best to level up their character to level 60 without dying, and eventually also try to do endgame content. It was a big success, so at the end of 2024, he
let's
decided to
see.
launch Season 2. This time, better and bigger than ever before. The amount of streamers that participated in this Season 2 was insane. There are streamers here who had never even played World of Warcraft, that were huge in games that they played. Some were League of Legends pros, some were Counter-Strike pros. I mean, the list went on. It was an astounding amount of people. And of course, one of the many big streamers that had joined OnlyFans was none other than Pirate Software. Seeing that he had built such a massive influence over the year of 2024, adding him to the guild was seen as a net positive. It was seen as a good thing, until one day it wasn't. The maximum level you could reach in World of Warcraft
It's level
Classic
60.
Hardcore was level 60.
Yep.
And getting there, just by itself, is already an ordeal that lasts
well,
dozens of
Diamond
hours and sees you try
decided
your
to
best
restrict
to
some
not
classes
die.
and
Now,
get rid of
Dire
defense
Maul
rating.
is a dungeon that you can
Now,
only
it
access if you're
died?
level 58 at the minimum.
No, it died with the Warlords of Draenor, when they gave everyone the garrisons to do everything. And then in Legion, they had like a slight resurgence there. Legion was cool until you realized, oh fuck, AP grinding. Oh fuck, everything's a random world drop. Titan forging up the wazoo, where like, someone doing freaking random like killing a random trash mob. You can randomly get an item to like Titan Forge, all the way to like the maximum gear cap of current patch that you would maybe get from like the highest difficulty Mythic Plus, or like the Mythic Raid tier, or like the fact that legendaries were just random ass drops, and if you got the wrong legendary, then oof, and they were like a pain in the ass to get, or if you played like a paladin or like a paladin, a druid, a shaman, or like any of the multi-spec classes, and you got a legendary for one spec, you couldn't get it, and then like it counted towards your entire legendary limit for the weird pity system they had. So like you could just get fucked and not be able to play entirely. Or let's say you played, let's say a warlock, and you wanted to, let's say one patch, maybe you want to play as destruction warlock. But then if you wanted to switch spec into like demonology, or you wanted to switch spec to like affliction, well, you had to like, you know, regrind AP and crap for your artifact weapon and get the legendaries for those specs instead. And that was just hell. It basically turned WoW into a fucking full-time job to play. And made
its
it like
appeal is the amount
extremely
of
absurdly
great gear that
grindy.
it drops. Dungeons are typically ran by 5 people, so Pirate Software and 4 other streamers decided to take this on in order to get better gear. Now usually, when you're in a dungeon or a raid, there's always a team leader, someone who calls the shots. It's a very stressful role, especially in a raid when you're managing a couple dozen people, and it's even crazier in hardcore World of Warcraft because whatever you decide might affect the accounts of the people playing. One wrong move and they lose dozens of hours of progress, and it's all on you. I'm saying this because I want you to bear in mind that Pirate Software is not the group leader here. But as silly as this sounds, the beginning of Pirate Software's
it's so much fun playing Dead Knight Tank and they took it away. So many things that they had and they just took away, I know.
Great name, by the way. Combine the perspectives of everyone
At one point there was even a Warlock tank spec and they got rid of it.
On the top right. As you're watching this, you're going to hear the team leader say, run. In World of Warcraft dungeons or raids, this means retreat, but help each other retreat. Not every man for himself. Don't care about your teammates. You're meant to stick around, try your best to outmaneuver the enemies while making sure your teammates also make it out with you. But as you might guess, that's not what happened here at all. Watch.
God damn
Run,
it.
run.
Just run. Guitar, are you done here?
Alright, so he said run. The team tries their best to make sure that they all get out together.
Massives. No.
Look at Pirate Software.
Aussie, are you fine? Any grenades,
I got
anything?
last stand. You can just
Heal him.
heal him. Yeah, you just heal me. Just come back a little bit.
Boss is on me, sitting bear form.
Snuppy, just run.
I can help lot. Yeah.
Pirate, why are you walking, bro?
What are you talking about? Why am I walking?
This
Look at
is
my mana.
savage, but come on,
Innervate you?
man.
Kill the.
So his teammate told him, Pirate, why are you walking, bro? This is salvageable. Come on, man. He doesn't care. He keeps running all by himself.
Just kill the mastiffs.
Innervate.
Innervate the healer. Kill the mastiffs. We got this. In a sense of.
War something?
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do for you?
Just kill the mastiffs. One shot. Okay, we
More
pulled
on
another
the way.
pass.
More on the
Run
way.
now. The mastiffs can be ice novas.
Now we're gonna wait.
Musara.
Oh.
Okay, get out.
Run.
Evocation's on cooldown, man.
I can taunt last.
How much mana is
as
ice?
well.
There's no miss that much mana.
You have a boss in you called run.
Getting slowed.
Fuck. Wait.
Anything for me?
Snuppy. Oh,
I
no.
don't think. I cannot stun him. Also,
No,
good.
just run out.
Here we go. I got the next
that sounded like a massive fuck up, didn't it?
Yes, it did, short fat otaku. Bear in mind, Pirate Software's excuse here was, I have no mana, I can't help you, when he clearly had 2 items in his inventory that could bring back up his mana. He could have totally helped and saved his 2 teammates that ended up
He could have,
dying,
but nope.
losing all their progress. This was a
Yep.
disaster. One of his
Full
teammates,
wipe.
Yamato, on the left here, confronted him and was asking him what happened, like what's going on. And this was what Pirate Software had to say right after the fact.
You instantly ran. You didn't even look
As
back.
much as you're angry right now, of course I ran.
I'm not angry at all.
You
I'm not angry at all.
overpulled 2 packs. You overpulled 2 packs and a boss. I had 1,400 mana left. I had to spend all of that mana to try and put it on Blizzard to save you guys in the first place, and nothing left. You weren't paying attention to party resources. You overpulled, and you weren't paying attention to where the boss was. That's not on me.
So 2 of his teammates pretty much
not.
lost everything. He very clearly ran on his own when he could have just said, you know what, look, yes, I panicked, I screwed up, my bad, sorry. But he instead decides to blame his entire team
He
except
blames
for
them
himself.
instead.
It was your guys' fault for pulling in the enemies. It was your guys' fault
Your
for
guys'
calling
fault, your
run in the middle
guys'
of the fight. It
fault.
was your guys' fault for this and that. This was very weird behavior. I mean, this is just a game. And he was acting like if he apologized, he would be committing a cardinal sin or something. It made his teammates very uncomfortable to the point where the guild leader had to step in. Now, Sodapoppin was initially the guild leader, but then, unexpectedly, he dueled Tyler 1, who had leveled up to level 60 and became a very important member of the guild in a fight that would determine who the new guild master would be. What no one was expecting, though, was that Tyler 1 would beat Sodapoppin, becoming the guild master. Seeing that this was becoming a big guild issue, he had to step in and brought both Yamato and Pirate Software into a call in order to squash the beef once and for all.
you can like
The
get all the
result?
unlockables
A
here.
catastrophe.
More
Watch.
blueprints.
What do you want, man?
Let me say it again.
He already said his piece.
Pirate.
Go on.
Oh,
Yeah,
dear
I
God.
want to speak to him because I didn't speak to him correctly.
Oh, I need
said
to
it
get
again.
that
We all
thing
did
as
mistakes,
well.
bro. Like I didn't say, we are just blaming you. It's about the zero accountability is what makes us so mad.
There's no zero accountability, dude. Everyone can do something better. But when you open up and you yell over another person like you were doing earlier,
speak?
Nah, I'm good.
You
see ya. I'm not doing that shit again with him. Nah, he did it the first time. I'm not doing it a second one. Not interested.
I mean, this is so weird. Yamato was being as mature as possible here, saying, listen, this was all our fault. We're not blaming you. We just want you to admit, just like we've admitted, that we all screwed up, and he couldn't even say that. Leaving the call like an immature, disrespectful baby as Yamato was talking. This not only rubbed his dungeon teammates the wrong way, it rubbed the entire OnlyFans guild as well as the viewers the wrong way. As criticism was mounting, Pirate Software was for the first time confronting massive controversy coming his way. At any point in time, he could have just simply apologized and moved on. Instead, he only chose to double down, playing the victim and saying that other streamers and OnlyFans just want to cause problems with him for no reason whatsoever.
Content is causing drama and problems. There's a lot of streamers actually in this guild that want to cause problems specifically with me, and have even stated so publicly on their Twitch, saying that they want to have a fight with me for content. That's not content. That's dog shit.
Alright, let's see. Pyramid.
Ridiculous. Keep it.
Oh, I can stack more in a pyramid. That's
I mean,
3
seriously,
layers.
why would people just want to attack you unprovoked for no reason whatsoever? What a cruel world we live in. The bulk of these events would unfold from January 10th to January 12th,
3-layer and then a 4-layer
By
one.
that time,
Okay.
Pirate Software would have received so much criticism, so much hate, that he felt compelled to post a long tweet explaining his point of view on Twitter, saying, "To those trying to character assassinate me online for a bad pull in Dire Maul WoW Hardcore, this is Hardcore WoW, and a lot is on the line when you step foot into a dungeon. Here is a light breakdown of the last 24 hours. Our party went the wrong way and overpulled multiple packs with the boss. The shot caller made the call to run, then went back on that call. During the run out, another pack was pulled as we had opted to skip it previously, which is never a good thing. Communication was completely broken throughout this, and it was our second time failing the dungeon. Everyone played poorly, and 2 people ultimately lost their characters for it. Each person in this group made mistakes, including myself. I have never once said I was perfect in my play, nor that I was a god gamer. I'm just an ex-Blizzard employee that has played Mage for a long time. To pin that on a single person is absurd at best, and if you're calling for death and cancellation over it, you're too invested in this content in a very unhealthy way. If you're a creator engaging in this kind of behavior, then eventually your content wave will end, but the relationships you've sullied will be permanent. Hope it was worth it for you. To those trying to defend me, don't worry about it. This too shall pass. Do not attack anyone else on my behalf. I've always hated that kind of behavior. I have no intention of stopping making things or not doing stuff as I have already been. Those who are banned will stay so. I've never liked that kind of knee-jerk reaction behavior in our community before, and I will not be changing that now. For those that don't understand why they will stay banned, we had a 10-hour-long hate raid over it live on Twitch. We had to ban nearly 4,000 accounts across all platforms, and our moderators received death threats regularly throughout it all. People called for me to be killed both in-game and out-of-game. They tried to get me banned from Twitch, the guild, and WoW. They tried to make disparaging comments about our ferret rescue or that we somehow hurt animals. They tried to spread rumors saying I was convicted of felonies and many other things. The internet hate machine will not defeat me or the community that supports me. See you in WoW Hardcore tomorrow." So this was posted on January 13th, 2025. And while he did admit that everyone in the group made mistakes, including himself, it truly didn't feel genuine. It seemed like it was absolutely impossible for him to just say, "I'm sorry, I misplayed." He just couldn't do it. Someone pointed that out, saying, "Where's the I messed up?" And Pirate Software said, "Apparently you have no idea how to read. Hope this helps," highlighting the paragraph in which he said, "Each person in this group made mistakes, including myself." Again, it was worded in a disingenuous way. He just couldn't take individual accountability here, no matter what. The top comment was a WoW streamer known by Joker D saying, "Just take the L, it's not that hard," to which Pirate Software said, "Hope this was worth it for you." So overall, this entire response didn't really help him at all. And even if it did, he would single-handedly ruin any progress it might have had in the coming days. He would double down, triple down, quadruple down, quintuple down, and eventually sextuple down, only to call OnlyFans a content guild built on hate.
And a lot of it was from a rogue that was bitching the entire time about every goddamn thing that was going on except for his own play. But the mage is the one at fault because the mage is the hero class and the mage has to do everything perfectly.
How is the mage is not a hero class? The fuck?
druid butt pulled an extra pack on the way out. The tank chose to take us into a bad route through the entirety of the dungeon, pulled 2 packs and the boss at the same time. I, as the mage, went into that fight with 40% mana, tried to use my resources, used them poorly, and got myself out when the call was made to run, which, by the way, was made by them as well. Everyone played badly. In fact, the only person who didn't was the healer. And I explained that in the Twitter post, but no one wants to hear that shit. Because they want it to be a double down, a triple down, a quadruple down. They want to have a villain. They want to have an enemy. They want to fight that shit into the ground. They want to send death threats to people over it. Because they're goddamn insane. Because this guild has turned into a content guild built on hate, not a content guild built on experiences. Because they're freaking monsters, dude.
It's just crazy how we got to this point and we're not even halfway through this drama, and all he had to really realistically do was look at the camera and say, you know what, I'm sorry. We all misplayed, yes, but I screwed up by running away the way I did. I had 2 items that could have restored my mana so I could help the 2 people who died, but I just simply panicked and ran away, and so even though we all misplayed, I just want to say I'm sorry for my play. But no, it was too hard for him. Guys, he worked at Blizzard, and Blizzard employees simply don't make mistakes. That's a given. As Pirate Software was too busy playing the victim, a clip of the streamer Lucari surfaced in which he was doing a dungeon with Pirate Software. You see, Lucari is someone who had never played World of Warcraft up until this point. He was playing a mage just like Pirate, but he was kind of having a hard time keeping up with everything going on. Here's how Pirate treated him. I'm sure you can tell from the title. Pirate Software bullying a totally new player to the game. Pathetic, dude. Watch.
Basically have to evocate to get your mana back for the next pull. Ugh.
Wait, what
Remind me, sorry, I don't play the game, so I forgot. If you remind me, I can help you out.
Wait, that only does it. Oh. How the hell am I gonna get it to rotate that way?
It's too bad I'm the only mage in the party. You're right, Jen. If only someone else would cast Arcane in.
Shit, how am I only gonna? This only rotates 90 degrees. I have to unlock variants for this.
Here, though.
Oh,
That's
shit.
true. That's true. Can't wish for the rogue. Can't wish for another mage to cast Arcane in.
Yeah.
Brother, may I have some oats? Oh, since we have 2 mages, we could probably poly the ads.
Wait, we have 2 mages. Oh. Man.
Yeah, I can poly.
Here I've been the only one casting Arcane in. Incredible.
Oh, it's crazy.
It's wild, right?
God, even reality TV can't recreate such an awkward moment, man. Just ruining the whole vibe.
Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the party. You're right, Jen.
Hey man, I'm new to the game, so if you want me to help with Arcane, just let me know, remind me. Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the game, right chat? Oh, we have 2 mages. Oh, I didn't know that. All that in the face of a new player who was being nothing but nice, honestly. And yet Pirate Software had the gall to complain about being bullied by other content creators when he was literally doing that to someone as innocent as Lucari. The culmination of all this would force Sodapoppin to take the decision of kicking Pirate Software from OnlyFans, pinging everyone in the OnlyFans Discord and saying this: yes, I made a decision to kick Pirate. I felt a large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable playing or being around him and all that drama that surrounded him at this point. Even though some people may have not felt that way, a lot did. And after seeing some clips today from him quadrupling down, or I don't know what number we're on at this point, I think I'm making the right decision, but still I feel bad. Try to just let this whole thing slide into forgetfulness and move on, in my opinion. Stay safe, gamers. So look, at the end of the day, in World of Warcraft in general, when you're in a raid or dungeon, you have to trust every single member on your team to make sure that not only you complete the raid or dungeon, but that you also survive. This also applies on a way bigger scale in World of Warcraft Classic Hardcore, because one bad teammate can cost you the account that you've put dozens or even hundreds of hours in. And people just couldn't trust someone who couldn't take any accountability like Pirate Software. As soon as things would have gone wrong, he would have probably just ran for his life and said he had no mana again. And not many people really felt sorry for him because at the end of the day, he was the embodiment of this meme. No one was forcing him to sextuple down. No one was forcing him to bully a new player. The only person who was shooting themselves in the foot with a shotgun was none other than Pirate Software. At this point, Jason Thor Hall, otherwise known as Pirate Software, was slowly but surely becoming a lolcow, but he had no idea. But that was normal, because fundamentally speaking, a lolcow is never aware that they're a lolcow. Look, there are a lot of definitions of what a lolcow is, but if I had to sum it up, well, it would be very simple. It's someone who simply embodies the worst of the worst when it comes to human traits, but they would be constantly convinced that they are the perfect human being, never able to admit fault, and never willing to even when they know that they're in the wrong. This by itself becomes very entertaining, and there are many examples. They come in all shapes, sizes, and even colors. And the mage who ran out of mana was about to join their ranks imminently. All he had to do to avoid this fate was just fucking apologize, man. But he just couldn't. In fact, what he ended up doing was maybe one of the cringiest things in this entire video. I genuinely can't believe that someone in his 30s said this, but I mean, watch this yourself. You'll know what I mean.
I didn't
An
get to see
absurd ego, man, where he cannot
all of the
be
accounts
wrong.
that are messaging me are getting reported.
He's like, yeah, I can't be wrong. I can't be
I
wrong.
worked at Blizzard
Surely.
for 7 years. There's a whole lot of other people there that still know me, and all of these reports are going directly to them. They're well aware of the situation, and everybody who's messaging me, they're going to get read. It's kind of a dumbass thing to do, and I can't wait for all of them to get banned. Yep.
Yeah, so all you guys whispering me right now with these threats, well, guess what? My dad works at Nintendo, and I'm going to tell him personally about every single one of you, so good job. See you later. It's like, bro, if they're sending you death threats, you really just have to report them in game, and I'm sure something will happen. You don't have to actually bother your Blizzard alumni. This clip was on January 14th. And guys, I swear to you, I am constantly impressed by how ironic life can be. I don't think we live in a simulation, but sometimes I do get the feeling because some things are just so perfect in comedic timing, you'd think that there was someone writing a script. One day after this clip came out, Pirate Software was streaming the game Ashes of Creation during its second alpha. This is an MMORPG similar to World of Warcraft, and it also has raids as well as dungeons. During a raid, Pirate Software would wipe the entire team. You would kill everyone single-handedly by pulling in the wrong unit. What would be his first reaction? Well, watch for yourself.
Sabu is not paying attention.
He pulled in the enemy.
Sabu.
And he died.
God damn it, guys.
Oh, no, who pulled the ocular?
So one of you pulled the ocular. Why? Now half the raid is dead. Was there a reason for that?
And then he'll say, nah, it's not my fault when it's his fault. Right?
I swear, it is so funny knowing that he was the one who pulled the ocular. This is also another thing with lolcows. They are unintentionally hilarious. Pirate Software here was genuinely pissed, okay? He genuinely was livid. But knowing that he was the one who caused the wipe is so fucking funny. It showed people that World of Warcraft wasn't an isolated case. He was doing this in Ashes of Creation and would very easily do this a third time somewhere else. It was him. He was the issue here. And his lack of accountability was astounding. But you know what else is astounding? His ability to keep digging himself in deeper holes. During this whole fiasco, Joker D would talk about Pirate Software and would call him out.
I honestly fuck Pirate Software. Like, straight up, bro, this dude is a complete fraud. At least in the WoW space, I don't care if he worked for fucking Blizzard. The guy probably made fucking coffee for some devs. I don't even believe for a second.
So out of all the streamers in OnlyFans, Joker D probably went the hardest on Pirate Software. He took segments of this rant and uploaded it as a YouTube video. That YouTube video would then be removed due to a violation of community guidelines, and the person who striked it cited the reason as being harassment and cyberbullying. One could only guess who took this video down. I mean, seriously. Joker D would never reveal the name of the brand or whatever that was behind this, but seeing that the video had gotten brigaded by Pirate Software's community, for many, it was safe to say that Pirate Software was the one who took this video down because he simply didn't like abusing the copy strike system on YouTube. Seeing that Pokemon had done this in the past back in 2020, getting an amazing community reaction, and of course we can't forget about Alinity doing this as well back in 2018. Wow, I'm old.
I'm gonna copy strike this guy.
I mean, it was genius. It worked so well for every content creator who had done that prior. So obviously, this was the play. Congratulations. You know, it's so fascinating to me how the internet works sometimes. Someone could mind their own business for months, for years, for decades. But as soon as they do something that makes them so incredibly unlikable, the internet starts seeing a big red target on your back and they strike. Pirate Software had a talent of building up a huge loyal community in just the span of a couple of months. When January 2025 came by though, he proved to us that he had another talent. Building up a massive community of very loyal
180-degree rotator.
These incidents that we just talked about had ensured that. This is when those very same haters would start scrutinizing every single aspect of Pirate Software, both as a brand and as a person, only to eventually dismantle this massive empire that he had built. Now look, just to be clear, Pirate Software has always had haters, dating all the way back to September 2024, and there were earlier instances too. This is normal. When you get famous, when you take over the algorithm the way he did, some people will naturally get fatigued from it. I mean, you might not believe this, but even someone like Queso has haters, purely because he's a massive content creator, no pun intended. Some of these early haters of Pirate Software would start making videos talking about his past. About how, for example, he wasn't the game developer he was making himself out to be, especially with his Blizzard experience. About how he used to go by the name of Maldavius Victory and was a well-renowned furry in Second Life and EVE Online. But those videos would never get enough traction to actually matter. As you can see, this video right here with the title of Pirate Software, the streamer who faked his game dev career, had reached almost 100,000 views.
Basically, that's what's going on.
We can see how Pirate Software had somehow, either directly or indirectly, sent his community to brigade this video. And just like Joker D's video, it was taken down by abusing the copy strike system and inciting harassment and cyberbullying. So essentially, if you were an early hater of Pirate Software, if you had something to say, well, chances are no one heard you. This is how for a long time he was able to sweep all the hate, feedback, and criticism under the rug. Except this time, after all the events that we just saw unfold, he had way too many eyes examining his every move, and he couldn't just sweep criticism under the rug anymore. For example, around the end of January 2025, Pirate Software had DMCA'd an indie game and threatened to sue its developer. Why? Well, the developer shows us the main reason why Pirate Software wanted the game taken down. Here it is. It's this roach wearing the same wizard hat that he was wearing during World of Warcraft while mimicking some of the things that he was saying.
I need to like eventually make all of these ships.
Of course I ran.
This whole game got DMCA'd because of this. I mean, this is how sensitive he is. And now many people were made aware of this. He couldn't just copy strike or DMCA just about anyone, because every time he did, he spawned more haters. His strategy was now outdated. Everyone was made aware of what had happened to this indie game. And speaking of indie games, there was renewed scrutiny over Pirate Software's indie game called Heartbound, with many wondering why it's been in early access since 2018 with no release date in sight. Give it 3 more years, it'll be a decade. Some people were comparing him to Yandere Dev, a very well-established lolcow who hadn't released his game in over a decade. And when people actually analyzed its code, they found some of the worst written code known to mankind. Seeing all this scrutiny and criticism catch up to his own game development must have hit one hell of a nerve, because very shortly after he announced that Heartbound would start receiving monthly updates. And all it took was people going there and reviewing it negatively. He was hoping that this would steer off the criticism and the scrutiny, and that things would eventually finally go back to normal, but the haters weren't really done just yet. People were putting into question his entire identity, the fact that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years, but worked what exactly? As well as him claiming that he was one hell of a hacker who had gone to the yearly hacking conference, DEF CON, and won some pretty important events there with the help of his team that he never mentioned, of course. Always taking credit for this by himself. I mean, at some point he was invited to a podcast called Dropped Frames. This was a clip from it, and here's the title: Pirate Software on how he became a hacker for the government. These were the stories that he was telling people. Watch this.
You're a hacker. Like that's where you like kind of started.
An actual hacker.
An actual hacker. Like, not like I'm a hacker type. No, you're an actual hacker. You won.
Like an actual hacker. Yeah. My last job was hacking power plants for the federal government. I worked for the United States Department of Energy.
So a dude walks in with a laptop and a suit, and you lean over to, who's that guy?
Well, that's the hacker from the government.
Yeah, that's the hacker.
It's even worse because we go in like 3 to 4 man teams, man. So like we've got a team.
Oh, you had a fleet. You had like a team of dudes in suits holding laptops, walking into restricted areas. Okay.
When he says things like this, what he's trying to paint in your mind as a viewer is that he's some sort of Unit 8200 Mossad agent writing zero-day exploits on USBs that are snuck into Iranian nuclear facilities and that infest and shut down the entire technical operation of that nuclear power plant. When in reality, if you look at his LinkedIn and reconcile it against his skill set, what he did was social engineering. He wrote phishing emails and tried to gain access to credentials and user systems that way.
So Coding Jesus said it best. Pirate Software's entire identity was slowly starting to unravel right before our very eyes. From the shorts that made him go viral, to the stories he used to say on stream, to quite literally everything about him was nothing more than either an exaggeration or him trying as best as possible to sugarcoat reality. We can very clearly see on his LinkedIn that first off, he didn't work at Blizzard for 7 years, it was actually 6 years, 6 months, and that his initial roles were him being in quality assurance. For the first 4 years at Blizzard, so the majority of his time there, he was in an entry-level role, eventually being promoted multiple times and finishing off as a senior red team specialist. In his own description of the job, he said, infiltrated and exploited physical access controls, managed social engineering operations to improve employee awareness and resilience, and finally created, launched, and managed a global web application bounty program. As Coding Jesus said, this guy would literally just send phishing emails, make phone calls, try to pretend to be an outsider in order to have employees make mistakes so that they can improve internal protocols. I mean, it's an important job, that's for sure, but even on his LinkedIn, he would make claims that he worked on all these different games. I mean, yeah, indirectly, but none of your code made it to the game. You didn't model, you didn't texture, and you sure as hell didn't animate. You just so happened to work on internal projects in parallel to these games. And yet, every time someone would mention something about games, about the video game industry, about whatever, he would always start off by saying, I worked 7 years at Blizzard, actually, so I know what I'm talking about. When in reality, no, you have more experience as an indie developer than you ever had as a developer at a AAA company, and that's the truth. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that he made this such an important and integral part of his personality that it felt like a massive betrayal. But that's not all. His dad was Joey Ray Hall. This picture right here is of 10 people. And if you don't know who they are, these people happen to be the original founders of Blizzard Entertainment.
Okay.
Yes, these guys are legends in every sense of the word. And the guy in the middle is none other than Jason Thorhall's father. He later became the director of cinematics at Blizzard, which is probably the only thing that Blizzard has been consistently good at for the last 20 years. He was also the inspiration behind this guy in South Park from the famous World of Warcraft episode. I mean, this guy was a legend in every sense of the word.
Damn.
And so Mashable.com, when they made this article about Pirate Software titled How Streamer Pirate Software Gained Nearly 2 million subs in 6 months, they just had to mention the fact that he's a Nepo baby, saying when he was 16, he landed a dream job as a game tester at Blizzard Entertainment, which before the bloated loot boxes and corporate acquisition by Microsoft for $68.7 billion was considered one of the most respected companies in the video game industry. It helped that he was a Nepo baby since his dad, Joey Ray Hall, had spent over 2 decades at the industry titan since almost the very beginning. Now, of course, after 6 months, he would leave because he felt that the corporate life wasn't for him, and many years later would reapply by himself without the help of his dad, landing a QA role, which I believe, because if he had the help of his dad, no way he would end up in an entry-level position. But still, just them including this sentence, calling him a Nepo baby, truly triggered him beyond belief. I mean, look at what he had to say.
Yeah, really not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. It's just, it's one of those things that I've been trying to fight my entire career. It's one of the things that I've had to argue with people in chat about. It's one of the things that we ban people for here. Anytime people say shit like that, because it's deeply disrespectful and it completely overwrites any of the things that I've done throughout my career as something that is somebody else's success, which they have not been in any possible respect. And it's just rude as fuck. So, what do you say? In the thing, he said it was he called me a Nepo baby in his article. No, that's dog shit. Really gross. In any case, let's go find somebody to raid.
I mean, you heard him, right? He would ban people in chat if they called him a Nepo baby. It's the easiest way to trigger him. And yet, at the same time, the same guy who's acting triggered over being called Nepo baby said this multiple times on his stream. Watch.
So I'm second generation Blizzard. I'm the first second generation Blizzard employee that ever existed in the company. I'm also a second generation Blizzard employee. I was a second generation Blizzard employee.
Damn.
I was the first second generation Blizzard employee ever. I was the first second generation Blizzard employee. And I love that shit. I love that company. Working for Blizzard sucked.
Again, a lol cow is someone who is unintentionally hilarious when being 100% serious, and I just can't stop laughing at this guy. I mean, seriously, I was the first second generation Blizzard employee? What is this, the Chinese dynasty? Like, what are you even talking about?
Exactly,
And let's be
what
real
the
here.
fuck
The
is he
only
talking
reason you were
about?
the first, second generation Blizzard employee was purely because of your dad. Because back then, they didn't even have a recruiting team. You were just the easiest hire. And I think one thing he has to understand is that being a Nepo baby isn't a bad thing. I think most people, if they had a dad or a mom who worked a really cool job, they would love to take advantage of that, and they do. For example, Jack Quaid is an actor that was called a Nepo baby multiple times by fans. That's because his parents are both Dennis Quaid and Meg Ryan, two very successful actors. His response was very refreshing for fans, agreeing with the Nepo baby label and saying, "I'm an immensely privileged person.
Nepo baby
I don't think it
behavior.
undermines my talent." Adding that he was able to get representation pretty early on because of being a Nepo baby, and that it's already more than half the battle. So as I said, being a Nepo baby isn't inherently a bad thing. It's only bad when you try to deny it, when you get defensive, because come on, who are you lying to? And that was what Pirate Software was doing. It was becoming more and more obvious that Pirate Software had a massive ego, but also very deep-rooted insecurities. He wanted to appear like a genius no matter what. And according to him, geniuses never apologize. Geniuses never admit fault. But they also never make mistakes and always, no matter what, figure things out on stream. This is something that became painfully obvious when he would play some pretty hard puzzle games and would figure out some of the hardest things all by himself miraculously after looking at his phone, playing it off like it was some genius Eureka moment. Outer Wilds is a critically acclaimed, story-rich space exploration game that just so happens to have some pretty complex puzzles.
I'm out of space to build more stuff in my factory, so like...
And he would proceed to solve these puzzles all by himself, miraculously, and more specifically, after looking at his phone. In the VOD of his gameplay, around 8 hours and 7 minutes, he gets stuck in an area and he needs to get out somehow. This is one of the many puzzles in this game. Now he would struggle to find the solution, deliberate with his chat, talk a bunch, and then at around the 8:20 mark, he would pull out his phone right here and continue talking to chat. This goes on for 2 minutes, in which he deliberates while very clearly looking at his phone. And then eventually, at around the 8-hour 22-minute mark, he would get a eureka moment.
Maybe it's not.
yes.
Maybe there's a different way. Maybe it's not the scanner at all. Maybe it's the time. Maybe the fact that we were able to destroy the surface like that was the point.
Sure. Sure it was. I'm sure it was.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have an idea.
Guys, wait a minute. Oh my god, I have an idea. Guys, oh my god. This just came out of nowhere. My brain just works differently. Did I mention that I worked 7 years at Blizzard? This would spread like wildfire on Reddit. This guy is faking his Outer Wilds run in order to appear to be a genius to his community. That's crazy. It's so ridiculous you can't even believe it. But as I already mentioned, he was facing increased scrutiny. He normally would have been able to get away with this, and he did get away with this in other games. It's just that now things were different. When questioned about cheating in Outer Wilds, this is what he had to say.
Why did you cheat in Outer Wilds? What? How the hell would you cheat in that game?
By
we played it all live on stream.
By looking at the solutions to the puzzle?
It's a wild-ass thing to say.
Yes, how would you cheat while live streaming this as he stares into his phone for 2 straight minutes? You're absolutely right. The real controversy would be when he would play the game Animal Well that released on May 2024.
Oh boy.
You see,
it's a single player one. Why would you even cheat? I know.
Controversy and before the increased scrutiny. But after he had embarrassed himself in Outer Wilds and World of Warcraft, people thought to go back and check his gameplay because they thought, wait, now that I think about it, this was kind of suspicious. And the evidence here was damning. It was simply undeniable. You see, Animal Well is a puzzle game, but not just any puzzle game. It has many puzzles and many secrets that are very easy to miss if you don't take your time analyzing every aspect of it. When the game first came out, you had people on Reddit and in forums trying to work together in order to find all of its secrets and puzzles. One of those puzzles was the Wingding puzzle. This took the entire community over a week of teamwork in order to find the solution. This was a group effort in every way, and no one person could have solved it by themselves. The guide came out on May 19th, 2024, and it just so happens that Pirate Software miraculously, all by himself on stream, solved this puzzle on May 19th. The day the guide came out.
Damn.
I mean, bro, seriously? You'd also have some people write entire essays with proof as to why they think that Pirate Software cheated. If you want to read this and have actually played Animal Well, you can pause the video, but in a nutshell, it's almost like he was trying his hardest to ruin any ounce of reputation he had left. I mean, seriously, are you that insecure that you would cheat in a fucking puzzle game in order to appear to be a genius to your community? Really? It's insanity. But this was reality because, as I said earlier, this scrutiny was disassembling every aspect of his brand and personality, even down to his most fundamental traits, like his own voice. People would somehow unearth this old clip of him at a convention in which he sounded completely different than how he sounds today, leading many to believe that he's either faking his voice or simply using a voice changer on his microphone. Listen to this.
Show been so far?
It's actually been amazing. It's our first time out here at Denver Comic Con, and there's so many people, and they love the games, so it's been awesome.
So speaking of games, what do you have for us today?
So we have Champions of Breakfast, which is a twin-stick shooter that we made in 24 days from concept to release on Steam. Blew up. It was really, really awesome. And that game is pretty difficult, so if you're into really hard arcade games, that's the kind of thing for you.
You know what though, to be fair, he sounds like such a pleasant person here. This is someone I can see myself being friends with. Look, people want to theorize and say that he has a voice changer or is faking his voice. I think he was just killed by an evil clone. I think that's a better explanation.
He was killed by
this, of
evil
course,
clone.
wouldn't be the only clip where you'd hear him have a different voice, like this one, for example.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog. I have to peel it. Every good hot dog needs to be peeled. Every good hot dog needs to be peeled.
Okay.
You see, now that I've peeled the hot dog, it's ready to eat.
Look, a hot dog is
That's
about
right.
to be eaten by Thor.
It's ready to
Let's
eat.
demand he smears
Okay, look, if you're not convinced yet, here's a more recent clip of him playing Animal Well. This was around a year ago, back in 2024. Look.
I don't know what that gives me, though.
I don't know what is that supposed to do? How am I gonna fit that shit in there? Oh, god damn it.
To some people, this was his voice changer glitching. To others, this was him mistakenly getting too comfortable with his real voice. What does Pirate Software have to say about this? Well, apparently, according to his doctor, his voice went through a second puberty in his 30s. That's right. Apparently your balls can drop twice, but I could only find a handful of sources on this, and this article from the BBC pretty much sums it up by saying that as we get older, the larynx gets stiffer, making the vocal cords less flexible. I mean, this isn't new. When you talk to someone who's 90 years old, they'll sound different than what they used to sound like in their 20s. But to have this much of a dramatic change, that's crazy. Regardless though, I mean, the pressure was getting to Pirate Software. Not only was his game getting scrutinized, not only was his past out in the open, but people were criticizing his gameplay, the way he played games, and even his voice. Things were getting out of control. So the next thing you know, he was on stream with a psychologist by the name of Dr. K. Alok Kanogia, otherwise known as Dr. K, runs the healthygamer.gg organization. He's a clinical psychologist who founded this brand in order to be able to reach the very big and growing demographic of gamers, a group of people who very often will struggle with mental health and not really seek out therapy when they should. His content is mostly educational, drawing parallels between video games and what you go through mentally, and overall, he's been quite successful. Now, of course, that's not to say that he doesn't have his fair share of haters. Some people, for example, have criticized the fact that he does these therapy sessions with streamers in public, even though the person in question consents to it. From Dr. K's perspective, though, he wants to show people that streamers are humans too. And if someone like those streamers that they idolize is brave enough to get therapy, then they can do so too. His conversation with Pirate Software would last over 3.5 hours. It would get viewed by almost 1 million people, and having watched a good chunk of it, I can tell you right now, regardless of what you might think about Dr. K, I think this stream truly shows his incredible skill in being able to converse with such an obvious narcissist without having him rage quit the call, while still trying his best to give him a reality check. And for you to understand that, I want you to watch this clip.
This shit right now is like, they come in and they're like, did you know that he worked at Blizzard for 7 years? Like, yeah, that was my career, and I'm proud of that. So of course I'm going to talk about that, because it gives context to talk about other things around the games industry, which is what we do on the stream.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes the things that I talk about in regards to those types of things is misconstrued as
rebuild my
arrogance or boasting, when in reality I'm
my
just trying to give
machines here.
context.
So that is the problem right there. So I want you to listen to this phrase.
Sure.
This gets misconstrued as arrogance, but in reality, it's this.
Yeah.
That is the most arrogant statement on the planet, bro. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Okay. I don't see it that way, but all right.
God, it must be so hard talking to someone like that. Anyway, in the next clip, you'll be seeing the logic behind Pirate Software's attitude when it comes to never apologizing.
Let me
like not give any context whatsoever?
Yeah. Let's say yes to that.
Yeah,
I don't
he
think
cannot
I think
be
that's
wrong
used as
ever.
hyperbole,
It's
but-
ridiculous.
Just an emotional response?
No, just say, hey guys. So basically, you know, when you tell the narrative, you start with like, I made a mistake, everyone made mistakes, I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Okay.
I have like an immediate emotionally angry response against that.
Very good.
Because it feels like idiocracy.
Okay.
It feels like that's too long, didn't read, I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit. Like I super hate that kind of communication of like there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No. That does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information that is real. It is hand waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like to do that would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off.
This really gave us an insight as to how his mind functions. And as you heard from him talking, he hates the idea of just saying, my bad, let's move on. I'm sorry, let's move on. He wants to sit there and type 12 paragraphs as to why he was wrong but not really, while others were more wrong than him. All of a sudden, things make a lot of sense. Now, listen to how Dr. K responded to that, okay? Just watch.
So I think what I liked about that response, my hope, so we're not here to like rehab your PR, right? We're just here to have a conversation. And at the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
Oh, damn.
There's something about the way that you talk that seems...
He gets rubbed the wrong way with the way he talks, yep.
dismissive. So I'll tell you.
Yep, that sounds about right.
No, I agree with that.
Right, so
No,
it's like, I made a mistake, we all made mistakes.
Okay.
Right, so there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you. You know, we both have flaws in this marriage.
I think the funny thing here is that Dr. K is known to be very caring, very nice, and not confrontational at all when it comes to streams like this. But in this case, seeing that he's an experienced psychologist, he knew when to become confrontational. He knew when to call out Pirate Software on his bullshit. And this is what it was. Bullshit. In just a span of like 20 seconds, Dr. K had essentially summed up people's entire problem with Pirate Software. When he would be criticized, when he would be given feedback, when he would be given advice, he was always dismissive and smug. And this smugness is what led us here. People were hoping that this productive 3.5-hour conversation would actually lead somewhere, maybe actually make him apologize for once and take a step back. But it didn't. His empire kept crumbling until we had finally reached the final nail in the coffin. Stop Killing Games. Stop Killing Games is an initiative launched by Ross Scott in the European Union and the United Kingdom. It was meant to be a direct answer to what happened with the game The Crew, made by Ubisoft. At the end of December 2023, Ubisoft all of a sudden announced that The Crew would no longer be purchasable and that its servers would be going down on March 31st, 2024. Seeing that this was a live service game, this meant that after March, you'd never be able to play this game ever again. The salt in the wound, though, was that barely a couple weeks after the servers went offline, Ubisoft revoked The Crew from people who had bought it digitally, attaching a message saying, "You no longer have access to this game, why not check the store to pursue your adventures?" To many, this was an outrage. It essentially meant that you never owned your games to begin with. Ubisoft can just take them away. This also more recently happened with Concord. It barely came out for a week and then the servers were offline. If you bought the disc copy, you were played like an idiot. The Stop Killing Games initiative argued that it wasn't really legal. It was very weird for live service games to just shut down like that without giving players an alternative. With Ross Scott on his YouTube channel saying that games as a service is fraud. One thing to note is that this initiative wasn't forcing publishers or developers to keep game servers online forever. What it simply wanted was to have a way to access these games after the servers went offline, by allowing players to host their own servers, for example, arguing that if taking games down like this would become the norm, then way too many games would become lost media, because that's what the Crew and Concord are right now. They're essentially lost media. It was classified as a European Citizens Initiative, in which European citizens could sign it, and if it would reach 1 million signatures, then it would be talked about in the European Parliament. It would initially get a couple 100,000 signatures until a certain person would speak out against it in the most aggressive way possible. Of course, we're talking about our good old friend, Pirate Software. He felt so passionate about this topic that he made 2 videos about it, very shortly after it launched in the summer of 2024. Now look, we're not going to watch the whole video, I just want to show you the first 10 seconds. Let's do this.
Hi, my name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been...
There's just something about this guy, man. I don't know. I can't explain it. Anyway, he worked at Blizzard Entertainment for around 7 years, guys, and he vehemently opposed every single thing this initiative stood for, arguing that it would kill live service games and kill gaming in general, completely misunderstanding what this initiative was even about, and using his massive influence, which was still present at the time, to kill it instantly. I want to be clear here. In this video, he tries his best to appear level-headed, professional even, echoing the genius that you first saw in his YouTube shorts at the end of 2023. But on his stream, oh my god, this guy was a mess. These are the very nice things he had to say about this initiative. Watch.
Shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This
No, yeah, according to him, this is the worst thing that's ever been made by humanity. Like, this is the, like, oh my god, you'd think that this is actually going to end gaming as we know it. But it's not. It's seeking to do the opposite.
Shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I dropped the mask entirely.
In his very professionally level-headed video, he says this.
It's incredibly important to me that we keep making games and that the next generation has the tools to do so that our medium doesn't die out.
But that's exactly what Stop Killing Games wants to do. The whole point of this initiative is for this medium to not die by allowing so many games to become lost media. And yet, this is what Pirate Software was saying about this whole thing.
I think live service games getting sunsetted is fine. I've always said that. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, at this point, just no comment. When he would start receiving quite a bit of backlash, of course now there's more dislikes, but when it first released, I'd say 30% of the like to dislike ratio was dislikes. He made this pinned comment, outlining some points that don't really help his very aggressive reaction that came out of nowhere, and then ended it with a quotation saying he won't even talk to Ross, who is the founder of Stop Killing Games. To which he replied with, correct. I think his position is disingenuous due to his comments about how this could be pushed through government. It's a bad direction, removes validity for what the initiative is trying to do, portrays the process in an incorrect manner, and just builds sensationalism. Thinking that kind of language is okay puts him squarely on my not worth it to talk to list, as there are others that could have a more productive conversation. So what he's talking about is this slide here. This one slide in the entirety of this initiative is the only reason why he refuses to talk to Ross. It says, reasons the European Citizens Initiative could pass. Politicians like easy wins. Politicians mostly don't care about video games. The law is already unclear on this practice. The initiative is in line with other consumer policies. It's a diversion from more serious topics. Now, according to Ross, this was a half-truth, half-joke slide. And I think that's how a normal person would view it. I don't think it was tone deaf in any way, but it angered the hell out of Pirate Software.
He lost 200K subscribers in one day, not surprised.
That it's because he got close to Ludwig, and together they founded the games publisher, Off-Brand Games. When the Stop Killing Games initiative came out, they were in the process of releasing a live service multiplayer game. So there was definitely some sort of a conflict of interest here. Regardless, this European Citizens Initiative had a 1-year deadline. It would be automatically closed on the 31st of July, 2025. And by the end of June, it barely had 500,000 signatures, which meant it had no hope of ever reaching 1 million, or so it seemed. This was until The Cursed Farms, the channel owned by Ross Scott, would release a video titled The End of Stop Killing Games. It's an hour-long video that kind of reminds us what this initiative is about, how we got here, the feedback and criticism he's received, the changes he's made, and of course the majority of the video is him responding to Pirate Software's very aggressive criticisms. Most of the clips of Pirate Software crashing out over the Stop Killing Games initiative were actually from this video. Ross addresses every single one and ended up, whether intentional or not, making Pirate Software look like a clown who had no idea what he was talking about. This video almost has 1 million views, and many people watched it. Some of those people happen to be way bigger content creators than Pirate Software, and seeing that this very important initiative was very close to failure, tried their best to bring as many people as possible to sign it. For example, Moist Critical talked about it in his videos at over 3.5 million views. Hell, even Jacksepticeye talked about it on his second channel, and the video's sitting at over 1 million views. People understood that this initiative wasn't just a good thing for video games, it was integral to ensure its survival for the future. Hell, even Minecraft creator Notch had something to say about it, tweeting, "Hey guys, just got back to gaming after a brief break. Wait, why is there a Nepo baby doubling down over there?" Adding, "If buying a game is not a purchase, then pirating them is not theft." This truly solidified the position of Pirate Software in the Hall of Fame of lolcows. It was undeniable at this point. His stupidity had made an entire movement succeed, just purely on the basis of him being so unaware of what was going on. He lacked the most basic form of self-awareness. And thanks to that, the Stop Killing Games initiative not only reached 1 million signatures, but is currently at over 1.3 million in overdrive, about to reach 1.4 million any time now, with the UK petition reaching double the signatures required. He even had a vice president of the European Parliament voicing support for this initiative and signing the petition himself while urging other Europeans to do the same. This initiative gained so much traction that a publisher group full of the biggest publishers on the planet, including EA and Ubisoft, for example,
Blue Archive was banned already if it has something to do with having that scary four-letter word.
And that it was unsustainable
Azure
and
Premilia
unfeasible. In other
doesn't
words,
have any
they
problem
were very
coming here,
scared
yeah.
that this could actually pass. Being a gamer myself, I wish this initiative the best of luck.
Oh yeah, and also I've been working on my thing this whole
When I buy a
time.
digital game, I'd like to know that I actually own it and that it won't be taken away from me at any given moment.
Yeah, you
While
guys
this
can see
initiative
what I'm
was
doing
gaining
now.
a lot of positive attention, Pirate Software, on the other hand, was gaining all the negative attention. He's currently bleeding over 10,000 subscribers daily on his YouTube channel and has currently lost a massive chunk of his viewership on Twitch. I mean, look at these numbers. He used to peak 15,000 concurrent viewers and is now down to 5,000. That's 1/3 of where he used to be 7 months ago. And that's without mentioning all the followers he's been losing. I mean, look at this, minus 50,000 just in July. Additionally, this renewed scrutiny has prompted many YouTubers like Coding Jesus and Slop News Network to analyze the code that he writes on stream, concluding that a child, a literal toddler, can probably do a better job. Seriously, this is the gift that keeps on giving. Because, of course, instead of just apologizing, taking a step back, taking the L for once, admitting you made a mistake, maybe taking some advice that Dr. K gave you, he would triple down, or quadruple down, I guess I can't even keep track at this point, and make this post, saying the most interesting narrative is that my video somehow killed the initiative. This graph shows that the initiative already had a downward trend in interest when my videos dropped. My videos do not seem to have had any impact on the movement at all. Making me the villain did though. Best of luck with your next steps. So at this point, I can't help but be impressed how much he's willing to die on hills that don't matter. People aren't even tracking cumulative signatures and daily signatures. They just understood that this initiative is worth fighting for, it's very important for the longevity of games as a medium, and that you, with your massive platform, not only criticized it very aggressively, thinking that this was going to be an easy win that made you out to be a genius, but urged all your audience, all your strong community to not sign it when they were telling you to sign it initially. That's how you even found out about the initiative. He would then later tweet this, saying, I am no longer working at Off-Brand Games. People were attacking all of the games we were publishing and trying to mass review them. You can dislike the things I say, but this kind of behavior is unhinged.
The reality was they weren't,
accomplished a lot, hope they succeed regardless, love those dudes and loved working with them, hope they keep cooking. Ludwig would reply to this, saying, Stop Killing Games is a good initiative, but a few bad actors review bombed / harassed developers of the games we support at Off-Brand Games. Appreciate Thor stepping down for the betterment of the devs and their games, to which he would get community noted. The note said, Rivals of Either 2 has not been review bombed. Verifying this is as easy as opening the Steam page and looking at the graph of reviews. And if we go to the game, scroll down, and look at the graph that shows review trends, we can very clearly see that there's no review bombing going on. If anything, there's positive bombing. Look at all these positive reviews in June. But hey, anything to be the victim, right? In fact, the guy became such a victim that I think he started losing his mind. He started comparing his current situation with the Stop Killing Games initiative to Coney 2012. I mean, dude, no, I'm sorry. This is a full-fledged, fully developed and evolved lolcow. There's no way you can say this while being self-aware. It's impossible. And after months of complaining about people brigading and harassing him, he does the same exact thing to Coding Jesus. He would leave a comment on his code review video and would then link his comment to his chat so that they can go upvote it in an effort to ratio the video itself. Like, how petty is that? Come on, man.
Do you make a link to it? You have to click on the little 6 hours edited. Aha. So that doesn't seem to do it. Oh, do I have to right click on this and then copy link address and then do that? Is that what does this? Ah, it does highlighted comment. There we go. Boop. There's my comment on it. Enjoy. And I also have a whole argument with a whole bunch of people in the replies in there so they can see what's going on with it. I talked to them through the entire thing of why I did that all in an array, because that is not normal practice to do that, and it's specifically so that you guys can reverse engineer the game and solve the ARG. Sometimes doing bad practice has meaning, which is...
Whatever, man. He later deleted this VOD because this literally breaks YouTube TOS. This breaks every aspect of terms of service when it comes to brigading and harassment. I mean, at this point, can this get any worse? Yes. He'd be asked about his opinion when it comes to Stop Killing Games finally reaching 1 million signatures, and he said, I'm going to be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything that you asked for, but nothing you wanted, and I'll leave it there. See, if I was 12 years old, I would have probably thought this was really cool, but now it's just edgy beyond cringe. But listen, as much as this was
very cringy.
a ridiculous roller coaster ride on the Lolcow Express, someone did end up asking him, hey man, would you consider making an apology video, setting everything straight? Because you know what, this is still salvageable, you can still redeem yourself, and here's what he had to say.
Put up a video saying you were wrong with every situation and the internet move on. I am not doing that. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, simply bend the knee and lie about how you feel, and everyone will
Need
stop.
the halves there, and then
That's
the
a great
quarter
idea,
circle.
dude. Yeah, no. Each.
This guy is so hopeless, man. Now, I will say this because I'm sure this will appear in the comments. Yes, I'm aware that Pirate Software is a massive furry, and I'm also aware that he was legally married to someone, and during that marriage, he got in contact with one of the Kickstarter backers of Earthbound, the game he's working on, and started a very inappropriate 18+ relationship with them while being married. Yes, he committed adultery.
Damn.
The reason why I didn't mention this in the video is because it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. If he had just apologized during the WoW Classic incident, this coming out wouldn't have done anything to him, because guess what? Most of these messages involved 18+ roleplay, but more specifically, furry roleplay. Yes, they would literally say to themselves, pets you, nuzzles you, plays with your tail, and then get, more 18+ into it. Yes, most people couldn't even read one page of chat logs because of how cringy it is. So I'm so convinced it wouldn't have done anything to his reputation. It's meaningless to talk about. But if you're interested, you can check out this video by Fearful Tears titled Pirate Software, the most delusional Twitch streamer. Look, Pirate Software is a lesson, not just in content creation, but in quite literally anything. Normal people make mistakes, and geniuses make mistakes too. We're all human. Admitting that you make a mistake isn't you admitting that you have a weakness. No, on the contrary, never admitting that you're wrong is a weakness in itself, because it shows how insecure you are, how fragile of an ego you have. And it'll only make people want to avoid you. I mean, what's the point? Pirate Software is the stupid person's definition of a genius, and he managed to ride that wave for a little while.
I'll just give you the points back because we're gonna be ending soon
anyways.
anyways.
Himself to blame. He'll still be
We're
a content
ending after
creator,
this
he'll still have a
react
sizable audience, but
Because
he'll
I have
never be able
to
to touch the sky
I have to
like
go.
he did
I have to
at the end of
get up early.
2023. And they're never coming back
But sure, you
unless
can
he
have the cat
finally
ears.
humbles his dumb ass. Anyway, thank you so much for watching the entire video up until the end. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you in the next video
wait.
fairly soon. Yeah, I love you
I
so
don't-
much. Mwah.
Wait, it was already over. But yeah. There you go. You got the cat ears for free. But that's another one off the list. That was a really long one. Goddamn, the react list is still insane. But like that was like what, 2-3 weeks of not looking at it? Okay, you know, here, we'll do this. We'll look at the Azure Promelia one, and then we'll end off there. Okay. Hey, we have the cat ears for it. Cool. Oh, what's this about here? It has been dubbed with AI. What the hell? Oh, people post a comment on my video review. What's up here? I kind of want to see that first. Hey, we'll go there first, and then we'll look at the thing. Yeah, very good review. Like the explanation and thoughts of the current version. Really helpful. Yeah, you can control all 4 characters in co-op. There we go. Yeah, someone tried to PvP about ZZZ, but I'm like, no. This guy likes, yeah. They like ZZZ, but total bullshit. They're trying to PvP, and I'm like, no. We're not here to PvP here. I give them my response, and that's it. And then, yeah. Though, honestly, technically speaking, you don't necessarily need to have a jump, a climb, and a glide in an open world game. Technically, it's not needed. Technically. Like, what? You know what? Here's a... I didn't mention ZZZ at all. Some guy did. Like, here's the thing, right? Breath of the Wild, Zelda Breath of the Wild. You can glide, you can climb, but you cannot jump. Well, not really jump. You can't exactly jump in Breath of the Wild, for example. Or how about another one? World of Warcraft. You can jump all over the place. You can't climb. And up until they added the Demon Hunter class, you couldn't glide either. You could fly on a flying mount. But you couldn't glide. Well, technically, there's like a couple of quests where you got like a specific item that temporarily gave you a pseudo glide, which is actually just a modified parachute thing. But that is a different thing entirely. But yeah, like you technically couldn't. So technically speaking, not having jumping, climbing, and gliding isn't exactly important to having an open world game. The thing is, it's how you build the game around it, if you're gonna have one. Right? Just like, if you have a game where an open world where you can't jump, you have to build the game around not jumping. Same thing with climbing or gliding or whatever. You would build and design it around not having it. And there are ways to do that too. And there are tons of games that do that. But yeah, like, the reality is, yeah, something like Zelda Breath of the Wild, you cannot jump. Well, you can pseudo-jump, but it's not actually jumping. In the traditional sense. The few times that there is, like, a jump animation used, it's not, like, actually trying to jump. Though, like, actually jumping isn't really a core part of, like, any Zelda game I've ever played. If it wasn't done through an external item. Because there are a couple Zelda games where you can jump, like, actually jump the way you think, but those are done through a specific item that you would get from a dungeon or whatever. And not, like, just a regular thing you can normally use. And you can even unequip the ability to jump in those. But yeah. Alright, we'll see what goes here. May contain errors, not an actual dub. Dubbed with AI. Wait, why'd they dub it with AI? You know what? Whatever.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Blue Star Park Tourism, the strategy. This is a travel guide, not a host,
Oh boy, this is
or
painful.
a nationality doctor, or even the host, or the driver. I finally met the Mind Wanderer. Today, Witchy and I will be bringing you the interest test. So, without further ado, let's dive right in.
What the fuck?
The story of Blue Star Park Tourism takes place on a continent named
Blue Star Packed Tourism, guys.
Promilia. The floating islands and giant mushrooms you see now are all part of its unique topography. As you explore,
You can change the dub. Nah, it's fine. We just leave it like that. Why is it turning into French? What the fuck? No, English auto-generate.
this continent, the Mind Wanderer will also encounter partners with various personalities, gradually forming deep emotional bonds.
Okay.
This should also be what Mind Wanderers care about most. Today, we can give you a sneak peek. In this interest test, many characters will make an appearance. Some are familiar to everyone, while others are newly introduced.
I mean, you got like the most generic character design I've ever seen. Ever, right here. This is like as generic as these character designs get. Alright? Right? Long black hair, girl with some sort of sailor uniform holding a sword. Maybe having red eyes. This is literally the most generic looking one there. Right, that's like the most generic one. Right? Like, no, like, actually, this is the most generic design here. Right? But then, like, I get the feeling that, like, if, like, one of the freaking Kurobots or whatever see this shit, and then, like, they see it in their own thing, they'll try to say that. It's generic, though. Nothing wrong with it being generic. Right? But, like, I've seen this shit, like, so many times over. Yeah, people like the red and black color scheme. A lot of people do like that. I mean, like, what? Like, MSI would like to have a word with, like, with you guys on, like, how they like to color their graphics cards or whatever. They've always been about that red and black dragon. No, but, like, it is a generic design you would see in a lot of different games. Or, like, just in anime media, in, like, anime or manga and stuff like that in general. This is, like, a pretty generic design that I've seen, like, so many places. Right? But I get the feeling a certain group of weirdos are gonna try to say something else about something at some point. Even though, like, this is a very generic trope. Yeah, got butterflies. Sometimes they'll have, like, they'll have all sorts of things, right? But, like, ignoring the butterflies part, it's a very basic design that you see all over the place. But yeah. No, I get the feeling that some weirdos are gonna say it's a copy of something else when, like, this is literally, like, a very overused trope. Like, sometimes they'll alter one little thing, whatever, but, like, these are everywhere. Yeah, to dye hair. I mean, sometimes they do it this way, sometimes they use lighting or whatever in their art to get the other color. I've seen this design, like, so many times in various different media. Like, I've seen it so many places. But yeah. It's just gonna be funny when a certain group of people see this. And they're gonna say something else too. Yeah, and, like, that's the thing, right? There's nothing wrong with it, because, like, again, I said it's a generic design. So, like, anyone who goes crazy saying one copied something over the other, it's like, this shit is everywhere. Yeah, it's something Nadeshko, yeah. It's a very basic, generic design that gets used everywhere. All sorts of games have it. Like, there are tons of, anime games. It's a trope, exactly. Have this shit. You see it all the time in all sorts of different manga. You see it all the time in different, anime and stuff like that. It's a very, very common trope. But there's gonna be a certain group of people that will go crazy and say, ah, they stole this or whatever. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but, like, yeah, it's just a basic trope here that's just shown everywhere.
It's important to note that today, what's shown isn't all the characters available in this test. More will officially open during the test. For
that's why she got the
instance,
katana,
my
yeah.
character, the King's Protector, will have some changes compared to what was previously shown. Next, let's take a look at the system together. We've enhanced some important highlights and details on the characters' faces, making them look more lifelike.
Sure.
Barriers also have a bit more fuzzy detail, making them appear softer. At the same time, the texture on the tail has been clearly defined. This makes the tails
they definitely
look
improved the
fluffier and more
models, yep.
three-dimensional. Now let's look at another tail. Like Shibuachin's tail, the texture is completely different from Terrara's. There's a very clear distinction, and the different textures vary quite a bit. Plus, the changes in the costumes under lighting will be even more noticeable. I've said so much, and Xiaoxin Linjia is also very curious about how the characters will perform in battle, right? Is it time for your reply? You're right. Next, let's take a look at the game's combat system. Normally, we can bring 3 companions and 3 banners into battle. Each companion has their own unique skills, and by combining them wisely, you can achieve even better results. Today, we'll show you some combat footage of the gladiatorial machine. Due to market reasons, we've made some slight edits. The gladiatorial machine is a brand new boss in this test. Its triangular cone attack will cause significant damage. You need to watch out for dangers and dodge powerful attacks. We first used one of Feng Tianyi's special skills, combined with Clara's new semester, to deal even higher damage. Then, find the new Tangman organization to enter the driving destruction state. While the boss is down, we can quickly use Qian Qian Das Heart's Bloodmark and Ling Yu's topic design to deal massive damage. Here, when security check lights up, it means my Heart Link system is activated, allowing it to work with the device to deal extra damage. What you see here is that the O-type Blood Knight character automatically triggers upon entering the field. Also, there's the Biyu Linglong's Chibot system. Our combat system mechanism allows you to better control the battle rhythm if you wisely use character and Chibot skills. Unexpected attacks and landing ultimate counterattacks can also bring us extra benefits. Finally, let's dive into the combat demonstration. It feels like there's a lot of detail we can explore in the combat system, right? While ensuring thrilling overall combat, we've also left room for you to explore and customize. Plus, some bosses in the mini-games can be captured. Do you need to control the boss's health? Yes, survivors who want a challenge can try it in combat. Now, let's look at the Chibo that was just in the boss battle in Promelia. It always trusts the mind wielder. They also discovered many things that played a very important role. Their role isn't just in combat, but I won't spoil it here. Let's first give you an overall introduction to Chibo. Chibos are magical creatures on the continent of Promelia. They vary in form and personality and have their own unique ecology. Only by paying attention, or with common massive creatures, you might encounter Guanshengxi. It frequently sharpens its claws, making them more lethal. In the mangroves, however, we sometimes see peacekeeping and nurturing creatures engage in friendly exchanges. Let's go to the lakeside plains to see snow wolves and kaijishu truly dwelling here. This place emanates an endless, mysterious aura. You can choose to observe from afar or discreetly record them. At night, there's the Hohu Grand Competition live broadcast. Facing their spirits always evokes unique reactions. For instance, this Duda Mag wave, when feeling danger, some will choose to double silk. The running horse nearby also typically reacts differently to the same species. And some other distinct types, to preemptively avoid enemies, choose to blend in so perfectly, you'd think they simply vanish into the environment.
You want to pick the red-haired women by the tail and carry
hoping all you participants can better immerse yourselves in the world of Blue New Garden Tourism.
Blue New Garden Tourism, guys!
Let me explain to all of you how to clean the device.
How to clean the device, oh boy!
As an example. First, you need to attack. When the 7th wave's health is low, that's a good time to clean the device.
You gotta clean the device, guys.
The device depends on the
Don't want it to
cleaning
get
card you
dirty,
use.
okay?
This time, we'll use the highest quality cleaning card. Let's see the result. 100%. This means it's now thoroughly cleaned. After cleaning, the collected illustrations will light up.
But yeah, guys, don't
And
forget
besides
about the
common
cleaning
creatures,
device.
There are also some special individuals, such as the shiny variants.
Special
Mix and
individuals,
Long
guys.
Type. All these unique types
There's some
can be
very
viewed in the
special
handbook,
individuals,
making
okay?
them easy to collect. If you compare directly, you'll notice that common cabbage chickens and Issei cabbage chickens have different colored leaves on their heads. Mind travelers, go collect more of these special penguins. In our previous PVs, we showcased the jade spirit flying in the sky. That's right, those specific mystical creatures are undergoing a purification process, and after their corresponding wondrous events, they can become mounts for mind travelers. During the mount riding test, we've also made available mounts that can swim in water, allowing you to swiftly advance through the water with Masterly for the new year. Beyond letting Mind Masters journey across land, sea, and air, Chibao can also truly shine at your homestead. Here, Lan Yinghua is helping with the grand farming endeavor, further illustrating how when Chibao go out exploring, they can assist with various homestead orders and tasks, each fulfilling their role, greatly lightening the burden of life for Mind Masters. Imagine your thriving homestead. Additionally, just like in the previous boss battle, also 10, the Chibao you saw also possess combat skills, playing different roles in battle. Actually, I was just getting curious, so let's discuss Chibao. They are divided into multiple types, including assault, harass, defense, and
Harass,
war.
guys.
Their functions vary. Some excel at directly dealing damage, while others specialize in healing or control. In actual combat, facing various different combat environments, Mind Masters can always find the suitable Chibao and use reasonable strategies to win the battle. Roblin's area of effect skills, combined with the Han Yuyuku public arena, quickly clear out a portion of the enemies, giving you more psychological leeway. When you take damage and your health bar is reduced, you can use the optimistic map to guide your healing for more output. And finally, we'll conclude with the new semester.
They're gonna conclude with the new semester.
It's duel or no duel. Gameplay lets you use Chibo game.
This is what happens when you use AI dubbing, okay?
Go challenge different levels.
That's AI dubbing for you.
Chi Duo will inherit its original skills and levels, and will also have different functional roles compared to outdoor battles. For example, roles like direct healing, powerful assist, and so on are quite diverse.
Wait. What
probably
kind?
can't introduce all of them in
Wait,
one
what
go
kind
today.
of harasser?
For more, please experience them yourself in game. Now that we've introduced Chi Duo's special functions, let's officially dive into the Chi Duo dual gameplay.
Chi Duo
In
dual
the Chi Duo
gameplay.
dual system, the degree points displayed in
Degree
the middle
points,
of the
okay.
screen will recover over time. Cleaners will consume points to deploy Chi Duo to enter the battle.
Okay.
Strategically managing your deployment points and using Chi Duo multiple times is crucial for achieving victory in duels. What we just saw was Na Ying's entry skill, the Fire Tornado Chi Duo. Upon entering, it will automatically unleash its entry skill. After unleashing its entry skill, Chi Duo will then join the fight. While charging towards the opposing crystal, you're able to use tactical commands. These commands provide different kinds of beneficial effects. For instance, this mass charge command can boost the attack power and even the speed of our allied units and our defensive structures. Apart from units that deal damage, there are also some, like the Cherry Blossom Armor, that possess healing capabilities.
Okay.
As you defeat the enemy units one by one, our battle lines will progressively advance and push closer to the enemy's crystal. Once their crystal is successfully broken, your side will achieve victory. It truly gives you such a satisfying feeling, It's awesome. I bet you're really eager to try it out. Well, you can experience it for yourself in this current test. However, it's worth noting that the unit duels currently still have some areas that need a bit of improvement.
Alright.
We'll continue to optimize and refine them later on to make them even more engaging and fun for everyone. To conclude, let's take a moment to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the continent of Pamilia. Serving as today's concluding image, Maxinian Mountain, where ancient Buddhas witnessed the Sikhen dynasty's shifts, and traces of civilization flow with magnificent scenery. A huge thank you to all of you who experienced this, for your continuous expectation and support for Blue New Garden Tourism.
Blue New Garden Tourism, guys!
Blue New Garden Tourism can accompany you, the soul travelers, as you enjoy a wonderful time in the game.
Okay. The walking reminds you of the Atelier games. But there you go. Do you guys want to play Blue New Garden Tourism? You guys want to play Blue New Garden Tourism, right? Blue New Garden Tourism. Right? Blue New Garden Tourism. And there you have it. Is that part of the Gran Turismo series? I don't know. The AI dub is hilarious. But yeah, AI dub voice. Blue New Garden Tourism and harassment type enemies. What's next? Male MC is a harassment type? Yeah, it's not official, but it's hilarious. Sean Deloy. I don't know. But yeah, the voice is hilarious. This is just one random guy, yep. But there you go. Even you volunteer yourself to do it for free? A good quality? The voice is just funny. Yeah, but yeah, Blue New Garden Tourism. Right? Blue New Garden Tourism, guys. Blue New Garden Tourism. And harassment type. Is your Blue New Garden Tourism a harassment type? Make sure yours is, okay? But yeah, we'll just end off here though. I need to end off here and get some rest because I need to get up early tomorrow, whatever. But yeah, as usual though, guys, thank you all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys next time. And yeah, AMD's shit encoder is ready for me to go to bed. Even though I'm already in bed. I've been in bed this entire time. But yeah. See you guys. See ya. But yeah, they're gonna have a lot of gooners and people, loot with the fan base, yeah. Well, we'll see what happens, but yeah, see you guys. See ya. Blue New Garden Tourism, guys.